Greetings, folks. Steven here, or Coin, or Swirling Vortex, and welcome back to some more Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, Fire Spells Only routing, and I hope everybody is doing alright this evening, or whatever time zone you're in, whatever time it is for you. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. Had dinner. Coffee this morning, so I'm trying not to have it again tonight, because that might actually make me fall asleep super quick. So I'll be hopping out for drinks every so often. Anyway, last time we killed a few bosses, about the same number we did last time, and ended on a rune piece hunt here in the Siofra River, and now we have even more rune pieces that we have to hunt. We are so close to our target number. If we only have to pick up a couple now, I should preface this. While we only have a few, hopefully, that we'll have to pick up in Liurnia, I am still going to collect rune pieces. I'm just not going to go out of my way to get them. So once the 200 mark hits, we might get an extra 100, 200. You know, if I see a rune piece and I think I can get it without jumping, or without a death-defying experience, then I will do that. But if I can't do that, then I'm not going to. And obviously, the number of rune pieces I will feel comfortable getting will diminish as time passes. I don't know what Torrent was doing. Oh, you know what? Now I want one of the mount skins. I'll have to ask, you know, Kernifer or Evidian or someone if mount skins are compatible. I feel it's one of the few things I see in ERR clips sometimes, along with the posture mods, posture bar mod. Typically those kinds of really small UI changes or model changes that Reforged doesn't touch are just about the only things you can add to the game to truly make it your own. I had thought about asking or putting into the Reforged Discord. Speaking of, we have a specific mod Discord. If you type in !ERRD, I'm showcasing the command now. But eventually, on YouTube, you guys will have access. Well, you have it now, but YouTube might take a second for the bot to actually register that it's supposed to post there. Yeah. Oh, hello. We're gonna have to try to crawl in from the backside, I guess. Anyway, yes, we have a Discord. Feel free to join it. You know, maybe even tell folks that I sent you here. Something along those lines. You know, and say, you know, how did you get here? Oh, well, you know, Coin sent us. That'll be good. Just make sure you actually go visit the mod page. Don't just join the Discord. I would say the ERR Discord is one of the ones I do have to be a little bit more, not heavy-handed in advertisements, but heavy-handed in disclaimers. If you join just to talk about, you can obviously still join and shoot the breeze, but if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna join and shoot the breeze, you can't also complain about the mod. Also, I watched a little chunk of a YouTube VOD that was provided today in the Reforged Discord about a YouTuber named Yauri, or however you want to say it. And I'm sure he's a talented a Soulsborne player. I watched him play. He knows what he's doing. However, oh, well, and it's not him. It's the experience pawned off from him to his chat that I'd like to talk about. Content creators, if you're gonna make a video on Reforged, if you're obviously do what you want, but if I were you, if you're gonna make content about Reforged, the least you could do is engage with the systems, engage with the tutorial. It's there for a reason. I get it. Tutorials are bad for content. They're good for long form because the tutorial tag shows up a lot on YouTube. You can type in a hashtag. I don't know why I'm going this way. We've literally already collected that brazier. We've already lit it up. Anyway, tutorial, like the hashtag tutorial or the tutorial tag is incredibly popular. Because lots of people look at videos in order to learn how to do something. That's just the honest truth of it. But no one actually wants to sit through the entire tutorial. People look at tutorial videos only for information, only for what they need to know, and then they peace out. They either stop the video and they just never return to it, or they actually click away from the video. So if you're going to put a tutorial, if you're going to go through the tutorial, I recommend a YouTube timestamp so that people that want to see the tutorial can do so. And the people who can't or don't want to, for some strange reason if they can't, they can skip it. As long as they can interface with the chapter system in YouTube, like whatever VOD you post, just put one chapter marker there that says when the tutorial stops, or when it starts and when it stops. That's it. Oh, that's it. That's the only bit of VOD chaptering I would recommend doing. I never did like you. Oh, I hate your kind so much. The trick with the land octopi is to just not let them muscle you like the big ones. Just don't let them do it. Okay, for these I also recommend Flame Surge over other spells, as Flame Surge is just good at dealing with, like, crowds of small, easily killable enemies. Like, really? You don't have to, like, spend a whole bunch of stamina trying to get that to work either. Yeah, I see you over there. I see you, enemy. You gold-eyed bastard. That one I might want to have used, might have wanted to use a generator for it. Yeah, I see you striding out of the forest. Or you can randomly jump for no reason. It's like watching that video where people take elder lions, cast like a glintstone pebble, and just watch them, jump for no reason. Or there's another one where I saw someone fire something out of a short bow. And they quite literally will just jump on command in vanilla. In Reforged, there is a diminishing return on this. Like, they will jump, but every so often, their AI will stop doing that. It's meant to combat frustration with both targeted spells and, you know, bow users. Crossbow, short bow, doesn't matter. Yeah. One. Yeah, I see you. I don't allow slimy ovarian octopuses to get the edge on me, over me. Hello, Rune Piece. I see you. Goodness. Anything up this way? Yeah, actually, this is a particularly nasty spot to hide rune pieces, or these kinds of spots in general, because it's hard to see from like it's hard to see from certain distances if whether a rune piece is there or not. Okay, we're gonna take a quick step in here. There should be one in here. Now, for those who maybe have not, you know, seen this mod before, this is Elden Ring Reforged. It is an overhaul mod made by Evidian, or I'm sorry, made by Kernifer, Evidian, and company. Team Reforged. Mostly Kernifer for now. I expect that to change over time, as all the team members, all 5 of them, yeah, as all 5 of them, you know, work to collaborate, and perhaps more over time, toward the overhaul mod in question. I would definitely describe this as a vanilla plus overhaul mod, whereas I would describe Convergence, Elden Ring, the Convergence, as a complete overhaul, a really complete overhaul, as in absolutely everything has changed, just about. In fact, Convergence released a new patch yesterday, like version 1.4.1 point something. Reforged released a patch not that long ago, version 0.11.97C, 0.97C or 0.9C. Hang on. Don't want to be, you know, talking out of my mouth. You seek to hit me during that. Yeah, 0.11.97C. That's what I thought it was. No. No, you don't get to do that. Obviously the real major patch is 0.11.97, and C is just like the hot fix or minor patch, like notation. Anytime you see a letter, next to the patch number, it is either like a minor update patch, or it is strictly quality of life / bug fixing. And C is a retweaked version of B, and B was the real hotfix patch. So we do release patches. They're just not as grandiose as the Convergences is. Like, wow, they have a team of so many people. And, you know, regardless of what you might think about the vision that Convergence might have, some people don't like it, other people love it. You at least have to commend the modding team for all their hard work that they quite literally do on this game. And just how quickly, in a span of time, such a major overhaul patch can arrive on the scene. So good on Convergence. Good on Team Convergence. Yeah, that's something else, by the way, I wish to talk about, is there are naysayers, and I've seen them, so nobody should attempt to deny it, of Convergence, Dark Moon, Reborn, Reforged. I've seen naysayers on with all four. It's not that common to find one on Dark Moon or Reborn, but it does happen. I have seen one or two comments. Most of like the directed beef is toward either Convergent for not being a Miyazaki purist, or for Reforged for, of all things, being a harder game. Like, what? I'm sorry. Maybe I can... okay, a challenge run is very bad for showing that a game is not that difficult. But, because I'm making it arbitrarily difficult on myself, yeah, if you guys want to know, let me get behind a rock here before I die. Should be slash, or, I'm sorry, exclamation mark CR? No, exclamation mark Deathless. There. Sorry, was adjusting my seat. Anyway, yeah, this is a Deathless run. It is a challenge run, so of course in the discussion for difficulty adjustments, you know, a challenge run is not the best for illustrating it. But this is the only game that has set bonuses that are free stats or a free effect that bosses do not account for in resistance balancing, like at all. Oh, right. We pretty much went around the sides and ignored the fact that there's a giant brazier we have to light. Let's fix that before we get carried away with ourselves. And there's a binding rune system, which binding runes are extra stats. There is a level cap in Reforged, and because of that, well, if you want to rack up extra damage or extra utility stats, your binding runes are a way to do that. There are over 1,100 in the game. In a new game plus, you gain the ability to buy them for 200,000 runes at a time. You also gain the ability to beat them off of bosses. In New Game Plus, they drop a few every time you kill them. So you're kind of encouraged. Oh, okay. I have to be extra careful. Don't swat my targeting like that. Oh, FromSoft. Your cameras. Yeah, no, I'm not taking any chances. Now, we're gonna use this physic. Make sure we don't have any arrows equipped. I don't want to have to fix that at the merchant. And then we're going to sell, or then we're going to light this brazier and find that merchant. There's about 2 per sector, so there was 2 here. There's going to be around 2 here. Around 1 to 2 here. And 2 here. I would definitely break up Siafa River into quadrants. And describe everywhere you have to go with respect to those quadrants. But getting back to my previous topic at hand, mod tribalism. You don't think that's a thing that could happen, but just about with any piece of work, you will have its critics and you will have its supporters. Unfortunately, Reforged is like the overhaul mod of Elden Ring that, outside of Ascension, has an almost equal number of critics. Everything ranging from Nexus mod comments to angry Twitter comments, and now you have streamers and their audiences adding to that. Now, is Reforged a perfect game? No, there are things about it I don't like. Things I'm more than happy to talk about. Godskin Elevator Noble? Yuck. And I might personally dislike it, but I can appreciate the artistry that went into moving that boss, making the elevator a specific fighting pit for it. I can appreciate a lot of thick creative decisions that went into that. And for those that say, oh, well, X is a pointless change, why did you add it? Well, ask Miyazaki why he added so many X pointless features. Would people ask that of Miyazaki? Would they? I'm having to be careful, more careful than normal, because the dwelling arrows fucking hurt. Oh, it actually worked. That I was not expecting. Now, I would say this section in particular, and the one near the Dragonkin Soldier of Nokron, are one of the more dangerous locations for farming rune pieces. So I may very well cut out oh, dead. Oh, not dead, but I may as well be. Okay, we know that other guy is around here somewhere. So, at least with the major overhaul mods, I think Kernifer, or I think Team Reforged and Team Convergence care a lot about the user experience. And they go about it in completely different ways. Yeah, they go about it in completely different ways, and guess what? That's completely valid. That is completely valid. And both mods are beautiful. I love I love all the custom lore that's in Convergence. I do like the headcanon that Couch Jockey and so many others come up with. Couch Jockey has some amazing headcanon ideas. I've sat in on the streams, and he takes a lot of ideas, even the really tiny ones. You know, he either hashes them out with his viewers right there on the spot, or, you know, a viewer will say something, an audience member will say something. Let me get a little bit more. professional, he'll take the idea and he might not comment on the nature of it, or that might be a thing that's said in the Discord server. They also have a Discord server, just like we have one. It's a little bit more. There are a lot more people in there because it's got not one but two mods that are being advertised in that server. You have the Dark Souls 3 Convergence that had like a grand following, and now you have Elden Ring the Convergence, and that adds a lot more people. So their server is just bigger. Nonetheless, I love what Team Convergence does, and their modeling and asset work is legendary. Oh, there's like a couple of humanoid models. Chef's kiss. I could point them out to you, and I could show you the pictures of some of them. Bring out your axe. Thank you. Whereas with Reforged, if you're gonna play vanilla, like, oh, I just want to touch up one or two things, you know, you might as well get a complete experience with Reforged. You might as well get that. And if you really do only want one or two things, you know, overhaul mods are probably not for you in the first place. I would recommend finding that singular mod that touches some aspect of the game you actually want and play vanilla. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to play an overhaul mod if you really only care about one thing anyway. Just mod the one thing, and you'll be a lot better. You'll be a lot better off for it. Now, returning back to Reforged, I love the respect of the vanilla source material. I love the fact that the headcanon has a light touch, if any at all. A lot of the flavor text is like very vague, right? Do I risk showcasing one of my own ideas, knowing as a what not to put in what Reforged doesn't put into its texts? I might. Maybe after the first hour, I'll show you guys the thread I created for that idea. Okay. Okay, I should probably be circling around their right sides now. Do we have a bolus? We do not have a bolus. We don't have nickel bolus either. But I love that genuine respect of the source material. I love that every change, I could see it as a Miyazaki special. You know, would it have the exact same text? No, of course not. But, and there were probably... Hello. I heard that. Knife free... Oh, I gotta be careful. The aiming on the shaman or the ancestral archers / warriors is just very pinpoint. As in, it is really easy. Also, I'm probably not going to be able. I should probably actually get a throwing knife out. You gonna walk over here, or you gonna turn around? Ah. about that. Might have to get real creative with one of the items. Yeah, see? They got the left-handed sweeps. And you're not really gonna... Okay, where are you? You're right there? This always gets very scary for me. This is the section where I expect the most... I have the most to lose at all times. Alright, where is your... Where are the guys that pop in? I know that's a thing that can happen. Ah! Look, green piece. Right here, right behind this brazier. And you know what? In a hitless front, I wouldn't even go for this. I mean, I'd still have to find a way to make this work. And I guess if I did, I'd probably come and collect this, but... What are the odds I get that to work? And you know what I'm discovering? I'm discovering that I probably want that cookbook. Let me see about where we can get it. Want to be extra careful I'm not just leaving myself open. Elden Ring. Boluses. Neutralizing boluses. That's, let's see. Armor's Cookbook 2. Okay, yeah, so I should make a note about that. So, I have another lovely command for you guys. If you type in !route, don't worry, I'm showcasing it. That'll bring you to this route sheet that you can see for yourself. It is a Google document that I have prepared so that we can, you know, look at the changes together. And at the end, you know, at the end of the first route, I'd like to compare notes. Or, you know, go over them with you guys so that you know, so that we can check out anything that's terrible. Now, Coastal Cavern in Limgrave. Let's see. We might go and grab that cookbook. It's 2, isn't it? I think it's the Armor's Cookbook 2. I'll close that. I don't know if... I don't remember offhand if that's got viewing permissions or commenting permissions, but I will give you guys... If the commenting permissions are not already there, I will definitely make sure to have the commenting permissions available, so that, you know, if you guys have feedback, other than... Obviously, if there's any comment that's trolly, I'm just going to get rid of it. Sorry. Don't like trolls. I don't mind troll levels in Mario Maker, but that's about the extent of which I want to be trolled. Okay, good. You have your backside to me. They have a variable amount of health, I've noticed. At least sometimes, anyway. What was I gonna say? Nice, nice. I ran out of stamina right there. But yeah, at the end, when we get ready to do a real run, where the runs become the new routing attempts, so to speak. Yeah, go up there. You'll have nowhere to go anyway. We're using the wildlife to get our FP back, if you're curious. I think I've got enough to work with. Going after the really fast spring hares is probably not going to be a way I get anymore. Alright, we're good here. We're good here. Let's check for more rune pieces then. But oh god. I would definitely like to compare notes. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Oh, and a second one. Okay, we can... That's one of the nice things about Siofra is if you know where the wildlife is, you can in fact just replenish your FP. If you're careful about it, you obviously have to use your horse for some of the faster wildlife that's there, but you do at least have options. Right. Build note or route notes. If you want to know my build, obviously, it's going to be either Faith or Arcane for the most part. I would classify the magma sorceries as not being worth it in a fire spells only build. Like, yes, I'd have access to them, but they don't do anything that the incantations themselves can't do. And they're just way more fire spells going down the line of incantations. If you want to know the build at any time, you can type in !debuild. Here's a demonstration for you now. For YouTube, it'll just take a second. At least it should. I have the command turned on and everything. I see. Apparently that command is just non-functional in YouTube, or maybe I never properly carried over its instruction. I'm not exactly sure. I'll take a look at it over break. Maybe try to come up with a quick fix. Now, we can in fact jump up there, but I don't want to do that right now. And I really want to be as careful, as ginger as possible. Because you never know when your next assailant is going to be right around that corner, ready to kill you over nothing. Just for existing. Most creatures in Soulsborne games want to kill you, and anything that doesn't want to kill you, you know, is either bent to kill you or try to kill you, or more commonly, something bad happens to that NPC or creature that would otherwise be harmless. Oh, hello. Nope, get down. Nice. No, run. Not worth. Not worth in the slightest. I am dead. I ran into the frozen lightning wisps. If you run into it at point blank with no cover, you're dead. You should just assume that you're dead. Which is exactly what happened here. I was out of resources. It was bound to happen. Now, this is the part where I will pop a rune arc, and we can get back to our lives. Like I said, dangerous section. The frozen lightning wisps are another matter altogether, by the way. You cannot kill them. They are literal hazards. They hit very hard. Like, extremely hard. On someone like us. Now, if you've got a lot of, you know, lightning damage negation, it might be fine. But you shouldn't rely on that with the frozen lightning wisps, because the frostbite damage can still also just get you out from out of nowhere. Aren't you gonna come up here, or are you just gonna... Wow, I guess you're just gonna... Oh. You would have to have the glowing eyes. Of course you would. That's gonna be a hard sell in Hitless. You know, having to deal with the extra health on top of everything else. Really? How did that happen? How do you end up with that little health and not collapse on the floor? How do you survive? Autobots, robots in disguise. I don't know what I was doing with that segment, but there we are. Speaking of segments, I got some new soundboard stuff for you. I found these on the internet. They're the various voice caliber, Soul Calibur voice sets. My favorite characters are like Ivy Valentine and Maxie, and so that's where a lot of the new voice clips come from. But you know what's kind of like king among the voice clips, or among the voice sets, like if you took them in as total, it would definitely be Soul Calibur 4. I think it has the best secondary voice sets anywhere. And so I found this one. The same guy has the voice sets for all of the Soul Calibur characters from 3 to 6. I think 6 may still be getting worked on for a few of them, just like the clean voice sets. But here's the Soul Calibur 4 one from the extra guest character, Angle Fear. As soon as I can click on it properly.
You worthless piece of trash!
Soul Calibur quotes, am I right? They're like a, fan favorite for me. Oh, Soul Calibur, how I miss ye. And I do have 6. I also have 5 and 4 on console. And I do every so often, just once, crack open an old video of Soul Calibur 4 and just listen to the characters, like crisp voice lines. I want to say Soul Calibur 4 is like the best, one of the better iterations of Ivy Valentine's voice lines. I think 6 is also pretty good for voice lines. I don't know. 5 is very clean. 5's Ivy Valentine voice set's very clean, but her Lady Manila did scrunch her voice in a few places. Then again, fighting games are not known for sensational quotes in the first place. A lot of grunting. A lot of people pretending a blood, like an artery got cut or something. To use her words. Oh, Lady Manila, I hope you're still alive, like, directing voice content somewhere.
Ooh, a customer.
She's an old lady. She's like, she's either in her 60s, like her late 60s or like mid 70s. She is old. But don't let her age fool you. That is a very talented voice. Yes, she is known for voicing Ivy Valentine. It's like, I think, one of her signatures. But she's also voiced Rouge the Bat. She's voiced Lucas in Super Smash Brothers. She's voiced some of the Harpies in the original God of War trilogy. I want to say at least the very first one. She's credited as a minor voice actor regarding the Harpies. She's got amazing range. And I know old age does detract from that, but that's just solid voice work. Do we buy these extra stone sword keys? Why not? We're carrying around lots of runes anyway. What's a few more to the fire? Okay, we sell all these. We have no need. Ground Slam, not interested. Sell all these. They are utterly unnecessary. Oh, we just have a lot of fat loot. We got 2 twigs. Should we really struggle for runes?
Till next time.
Okay, do you have a rune piece sitting under a pot somewhere, friend? I have more. I did process, like, the, Oh, hello. Right, we died. We died, so, good on me for not killing these again. We're gonna do our best to try to hurry this up. Quickly before things get really bad. And is there a rune piece up there? I feel like I kind of need to know that now. I don't think I spotted one, but we're gonna look anyway now. No. There. Oh, are you gonna hop up here? You gonna jump up here, friendo? No? Good. Don't want you up here anyway. We're gonna check up here. We might get mobbed by the ancestral spirits, but we are kind of trespassing on their sacred grounds. Oh god, don't get away from that. Oh, you gonna come up here? I don't think so. Get out of here.
Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principle.
Where's our debts at now? 23, 2 points, and we can call it good, at least for the time being. Now, before we forget, what I'm going to do is we're going to go over to the coastal cave, and we're going to go grab the booklet for the neutralizing boluses. I have to remember that the neutralizing bolus allows us to have access to one more healing item, exactly one, and that would be the meat dumplings, the raw meat dumplings. It make you sick, but man, do they work. Sorry, I felt like I got a really long beard hair, and I'm not sure where it's from. I'll have to trim up my beard again, or else shave it. Like right here. Yeah, it's like it's almost sideburn material. Anyway, I have something that I want. Well, trouble has found you, whether you want it or not. Don't have anything that... Oh, we do have the smithing stone. Let's sell that. We have 30 of these things.
Well done. Well.
Alright. Now that we have that, we're going to go back over to the Worshipper's Woods. We're going to rest at the rest site. And then in the interest of pacing, I'll take just a second to take a quick look around and see if I spot any rune pieces. And then we'll, prepare to take our break. See, there's the brazier right there. And there's another one over there. And another one up that hill. So, it's at this time that I want to thank everybody for watching up to this point so far. I greatly appreciate it. I look forward to doing this many more days and many more nights. I really truly do mean that. It's like right there. I'm gonna keep my eye toward, let's say, over there, because I hear pacing. I think it's just the crabs that are sitting nearby. Anyway, I really appreciate the fact that people are here at all. If you hadn't done so already, please consider following and or subscribing, depending on your platform of choice. Lets me know that you either like the content or you don't want to miss it. That's not a call to subscribe right now, but, maybe just don't forget about it. That's all I'm saying. If there's anything else. I have a Discord. I have a personal one. Here you go. If you follow the stream, just maybe consider joining. And if you subscribed, maybe do the same thing. I'm looking to cultivate a community. It doesn't happen overnight, but it starts with the people who come here on a regular basis. Let me know that you're on let me know that you're here, and I will make sure that you're well taken care of when it comes to your place on the Discord. We're kind of quiet, but I like to think that's a little bit of a good thing, all things considered. But we have plenty of places for people to talk shop or what have you. Now, I take 5-minute breaks around here. For YouTube, it's going to be a lonely 5 minutes. For Twitch, I run ads, 90 seconds worth of them. Definitely feel free to get up and stretch for at least that long. Same with YouTube folks, too. Definitely feel free to get up and stretch. Again, thank you. And I will see all of you lovely guys and gals and non-binary pals after this commercial break. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I did try to troubleshoot the stream elements thing while we were, you know, gone, or while you guys were on break. I tried that. It disconnected the stream, so please consider refreshing the stream if you hadn't done so already. Let me also type that here before we continue onward. Thank you to anybody who's stuck around up to this point. Much appreciated. As you can see, I'm raising funds for Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. We have plenty of time before it becomes due, but I do want to I do want to emphasize that I'm doing it. It literally affects the content I can make. So I appreciate any assistance toward this goal. That's what the donation incentive is for. It is to help the stream out. But I don't blame you if you do not want to donate, can't donate, etc., etc. Just sharing the video, the VOD, just sharing the stream is enough. Truly. Now, unfortunately, because I tried to do this on the stream computer, and it didn't work, I'm gonna have to do it on the gaming computer. Sorry, just kind of the truth of it. Let's just get this done quickly. Oh, right, I have to remember there's a second click for that. Sorry for the unwanted advert. I know no one watches streams to watch this. Definitely not. See, now, I have this command, and I'm on the YouTube dashboard right now, but I think I just have to make a new command and just bin the old one. Yes, I would like to delete command. And then paste this. Refresh to make sure it's sorted into the command list properly. Now, let's try that again on the YouTube side, shall we? It just does not like that command. That's really strange. I may have to just choose a different... just choose something different altogether. Let me also... flicker the chat a couple of times. Put in the timestamps. Because Stream Elements is showing me the YouTube dashboard, but it could actually be the Twitch dashboard in disguise, and it just isn't filtered properly. Anyway, you guys didn't want to see screens like that. Let's get back to it. We're not gonna suddenly solve that problem anytime soon. I probably just have to make a different command altogether. Maybe even shorten the word count. Figure out what I can cut to make the description something that the YouTube chat apparently does like. Okay, I don't see anything over here. That doesn't mean that there isn't. It just means I have not found anything after looking. There are a lot of like bushes and like stuck up rocks and stuff. There are a lot of places to hide a rune piece as a result of that. Okay, there's gonna be a... Yep, I don't even have to go that far. I did not attack you or any of your kind, but yet you are determined. You are determined to harass me anyway. But yeah, just truncating my previous subject matter from before. I'm working toward buying the DLC. I'm also trying to do various client jobs in order to try to get it, but I can seriously still use the help regardless. So I appreciate anybody who does give that help, but your presence, whether you're lurking or actively chatting or not, is enough. I'll figure out some way to manage, because the world is an unstable place, and people are just, I think, too financially strapped to do anything more than look right now. I really do. Whatever you might think of the stock market does not actively reflect the trends of anything going on in the U.S. economy right now. It just doesn't. What many economists have been saying for years. Also, I'd like to point out that the U.S. inflation index ignores the inflation of basic necessities. Can you imagine what happened if we actually accounted for the price of everything instead of just luxury items? It's super stupid that the U.S. government does that. The inflation rate would be like 30% if you accounted for everything. That's ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Just thought I'd point that out. Because, as I've said to my friends before, and I will happily say it again, while the US government may be filled with people who mean well, it is not your friend. These people, willingly or not, do serve an agenda. And that agenda is not always for the betterment of patients, clients, and customers. It's just not. And honestly, it wouldn't even... There's too much to simply say, oh, it's just late-stage capitalism. No, it's not. It's the whole system, from top to bottom. You piece of shit. No. I got another one. Another new voice line for this type of thing. This is what I think of you, Sir Dragonfly.
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
I know, I'm using the soundboard for things I like, as opposed to things people find funny. The hope is that people will find it funny. Or, you know, find the random, you know, hostile voice line to be very apropos in describing certain things. You didn't even have time to feel remorse. There's another personal fan favorite, Soul Calibur 4 Ivy Valentine quote. It's what happens when you get a perfect match. Or a perfect final match against any of your opponents. It's great. Wish the perfect match quotes came back. They dropped in 5, never to return. Like, whatsoever. No. And of course in Hitless, I can't be making reckless decisions like that. In fact, our stat allotment gets a whole lot tighter because we just fight less stuff. And I say that as a person who historically has a bad time trying to just run and dodge shit. I have a bad time with that. Like, I have to kill more than most other hitless runners do. Now, is it possible that I learn the skill set required? in order to not have to kill so much. Yeah, certainly. There's no guarantee of that, though. Oh, right. I'm not pressing the right button combination. We hear an ancestral shaman spirit up ahead. Okay, rune piece right here. You see, this is what I'm talking about. There's one in a random rock crevice, just right between these two rocks. Now, it is a good place to find one. But I would never know to look here if it didn't catch the corner of my eye. I might not even think about it. But this would be one of the ones I'd have to go out of my way to get. Because getting some of the others requires killing a rune bear, killing an omen and a dog, killing another rune bear, killing a swath of land octopi, and a whole bunch of other unsavory enemies. There's even one near Glintstone Dragon Smarak that if you fail to sneak, you're gonna die. And you're gonna wish you'd uttered the phrase, died to removal. Like, very, very, very bad. You're just gonna hate yourself. They're gonna wish Static Shock uttered KYS instead of dealing with that. Yep, I knew that would happen. Ran out of stamina, ran in like an idiot anyway, and hoped that I'd be able to walk through it. I don't know how the no dodge clauses would work. Like, you're not allowed to do that. Now, in Reforged, no dodge is not a big deal because you can still deflect. Like, you have to deflect. That is your way out. In fact, I could probably even make a pretty good argument that is the one that's like the challenge run that you could say, you know, this extra game mode would be perfect. Yeah, Reforged has tons of game modes, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna seek cover from these archers. You gonna come here or not? Oh, and the controller disconnected. Run. Run. Just run as far as I can using my mouse and keyboard. I don't want to even... Okay. I have to be careful right now. That is one of the advantages of doing this on a computer, is that if I need to run away, if I know my controls, I can do that instead of just taking the death. I literally think the fact that this is a mod is what saved us. Also, I'm trying to get batteries for a controller that uses a battery pack. This is the point where I would call myself...
You worthless piece of trash!
As long as I keep this hooked up, it might be okay. But it's gotta stay there. Also, I love how I swapped out the physic for glintstones. Okay. We have managed to save this run. Not save the run, but, you know, prevent myself from dying again. I'm fine with this. Yep. And you can tell a dwelling arrow is being fired, because... Also, now that I think about it, you know, if we use up our physic, we should just replace this with something else in the open world. I know, the brazier is back there, but I want to kind of loop around to it because of all these archers. Nope. I want you to go somewhere else. Come on, Sir Rat. Nice. I'm gonna die due to rats. It's gonna be bad. And really, it's not gonna be the rats themselves that kill me. It's gonna be me making a critical error, trying to deal with the rats and the other guys at the same time. Okay. Let's try this again with 100% success this time. Gotta figure out where the... Is it coming from over there? I don't think so. It's coming from here. Okay. Got it. What are we gonna do now? Can't see us. I can't tell if that's a bit of screen tearing or not. Also, speaking of screen tearing... Okay, we don't have any extra stress on bandwidth. Good. We wait again. Well, I actually might be able to proactively... Yeah, I might be able to proactively... No, gotta wait again. And I also gotta be wary, because it could quite literally pierce the tree, and that would be extra bad. Okay. Nope, back behind the tree. Yeah, I thought that would probably fail. You now see my struggle, right? What I essentially have to do... I wonder if this frame will even work. Not really. It's like just a tad too short. It could work. Okay, sure. You wanna play rough? Let's play rough then. Once you get past here, the rest of this little encampment isn't too bad. Yeah, you got the giant rats. That obviously does not help our cause in the slightest. But there are ways of handling rats. We can pull them to the side. We can take a quick throwing knife or a crystal dart or something and use it. Now, speaking of, we should probably change out the glintstone for crystal darts anyway. Now, it's not a fire spell, but according to hitless rules, I'm allowed the use of any consumable at any time for any reason. Now, the rules get a little bit strict when you want to use consumables and nothing else. Then you have to say, oh, well, you know, you're using consumables. You're not allowed to use anything else except your fists. So, you know, it's extra hard mode. Which, if you like hard mode, cool, great, fine. But a lot of people don't like hard mode. And I don't recommend... I don't recommend that you... I don't recommend that you do that as like a first-time challenge run. Like, consumables only. You're gonna want to kill yourself. Or insert some other imaginable body torture here. I do not recommend it. How do I know? Because I tried it off camera. In Dark Souls 3. It sucked there. It sucks here. Do I need that stone sword key? Yes, but we don't need to use the stone sword key. We don't need to use that elevator right now. We can just slot the keys in and go do something else. Let's get that last brazier, shall we? Maybe figure out if we want to actually deal with the, figure out if we want to actually deal with what's up there near the Dragonkin soldier. Now, we are level 70. We tried this at level 90. So we tried the Dragonkin soldier at 90, so I'm thinking we should probably wait until we're 110, and we've got 50 in a prerequisite damaging stat. That would at least be my thought process behind it. Oh, you guys want to have at it then? Nice. You're feisty. That fire, that heat. Mm-mm. I'll, take killing giant rats for 500, Alex. Now, didn't we have a patch of formic rock? We sure did. I don't believe that patch of formic rock comes back either. But it is a spot you can get it. We have only one of these flasks. Yeah, we could probably, like, use this. That should at least keep us swimming in flasks. At least the ones that matter more than anything else for us. Actually, they may not matter as critically much because we're allowed the use of any support incantation we want. Like any kind of buff skills or spells. Like we're always allowed the use of those for a challenge run, according to Team Hitless anyway. Just look at whatever Gino Machino does. And he does a lot of hitless stuff. He uses lots of buffs and has no qualms about leveling a spell, if leveling a stat for a spell if necessary. Rune Arc, I'll take one of those, thank you very much. Shaman should be easier to kill once we have... Oh, you need a third fireball. Nope. Two can play at that game. So, the ancestral follower shamans seem to be, you know, they would appear to be female at first glance, right? But I'm wondering about that. Because the sound that they make, from what I understand, is supposed to come from the horns, right? It's supposed to be a sound emitted from horns. So then do you think it's possible that the ancestral followers are, like, male only at this point? All their females died out? That's just a random question I've got, by the way. No one is required to answer that. Just gonna go check and make sure we didn't leave a stone unturned for a rune piece. This would be a place to tuck in many of them, by the way. Just among all these dangerous archers. I could see it. Because, as I'll point out time and time again, if there is anyone who is a prodigy at this game, it is Kurnifer. The man uses a keyboard to play this game. He is that skilled. Which, you know what, I commend him. I respect him for that. You know, having the ability to sit down and truly play as Miyazaki intended, with the keyboard, with all manner of personal suffering attached. You know what, that's fine. Many elitists would probably even agree that that is the definitive way to play a Soulsborne game, is through the use of the keyboard, learning every intricate facet of the key presses. But some key presses are just really bad. I think I remember having to press like X for something. Now I do have to press like X and or Z. What does that do here? So if we press X in Elden Ring, we crouch. I know if you press Q and W or E in a menu, it cycles between the various menu in like various tabs. And you can use WASD to manipulate the finer points of the menu. But, like, why would you do that when it is so much simpler on controller? Maybe it might say something about, oh, well, since Demon Souls had only controller controls, maybe that's where all the clunky controller inputs actually come from. I'd be inclined to believe that. The Japanese tend not to, you know, care about system ports all that much. Having to be very careful here. 'Cause I want the stone sword key. I don't want to die to get a stone sword key, you know? So I think my plan is to kill the ancestor spirit and then make a decision about whether or not I would like to go out of my way to get the rune pieces that are here in this upper section of the lower Siofra River. You know, outside of the city of Nokron. Also, something to note is, I believe there's a rune piece back here too, but if we get it, we have to deal with, is it Freyalise? I think it might be Freyalise. And like an NPC invader. Nope, it is a rune arc. Yeah, I said Freyalise. I was right the first time. It's Annalise. Now, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna run. Like our life depends on it. Because guess what we found? Rune arc. We did not find a rune piece anywhere in any of that. And it's just not worth tangoing with a gal that can kill ya. Please tell me that I am allowed to use a grace site. Thank you. So there's a limit to where Annalise will fight you, it looks like. Think you'll just take the rune arc and go. That's fine. Sorry, I'm not bored. I'm just a little bit tired, that's all. So we have... Did we ever get that rest site? I could have swore I did, but maybe we never did. I could have swore there was one, like, right here. I guess we're gonna find that out, and then, go make sure we can actually access the boss. If not, we gotta figure out which brazier we missed. And that's always a fun time. Okay, we did in fact get this rest site, so... We're gonna dump any runes we don't need.
Share them with me. Your thoughts.
Go over here and go from there. So I hope everybody likes the gameplay so far. You know, if you like Elden Ring, you're gonna like this. It doesn't infringe on... It doesn't infringe on what makes Elden Ring great too much. Godskin Noble in the Divine Tower of Liurnia elevator, cough cough. There are things I dislike, but I mean, it's Kernifer's... Ultimately, it is Kernifer's mod. A team has coalesced around him. But, from what I understand, he is the one who has, like, almost final say on what gets put into the mod and what doesn't. There are contributors that help in that regard as well, but most of the time, Kernifer and Avidian are the two that pipe in for any opinion. Hello, please tell me that we can... Okay, gotta figure out which one we missed. Of course. Of course I would miss one. I'm willing to bet it's one of the ones we passed by earlier. I just didn't light it. Like the one over here. Yep, it's always this one. Every time. Every bloody time. I am a... And the soundboard appears to be... The soundboard
You
appears to be
worthless
bugging
piece
out.
of trash.
I am a worthless piece... Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage. Was what I gotta say about that. Huh. They go out as quick as they came in. Yup. It's this one. It's always this one. with the two frozen wisps nearby. I always forget this one, every time. Now let's go to the riverbank and take care of this boss, and then I can decide what I'm doing about the extra rune pieces slightly up above us. Now, since we're going up to a boss, I'll preface the boss by saying, if there's a time that I really do not talk, it is during the boss fights. I have to concentrate on these. I will acknowledge your statement, but I won't actually reply to it, if that makes any sense. So if you ask me, how my day is going, I might say, give me a second, if you don't mind, I'm trying to finish this fight. Or something along those lines. And that's not to be dismissive or rude or cold. I can't do two things at once. And not that I don't like you guys, but the game is an immediately more pressing concern during a boss fight. And the sentence of, please give me just a moment, I'm trying to finish this boss fight, it's a reply, but it isn't an answer to how am I doing today, which is a really common question, usually posed by graphic design artists. Okay, but regardless, I will see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. I should just run toward the hind legs with that. Thank you, Lutel. You held their attention exactly as I have asked. Have your rest. You've earned it. Our next one is the Clean Rot Night in Stillwater Cave. We got the dismounted Erdtree Sentinel. Okay, yeah, the Clean Rot Knight is the next one up. I am perfectly happy with this. However, we should make an honest crack at rune pieces up top. There's at least a couple we can go grab. There's also like a giant a giant sorcerer. I'm sorry, a giant glintstone scarab that we can attempt to grab. It can very much be worth our while. You just gotta, you just have to be extra careful, and obviously you don't want to accidentally pull, like, the big kahuna, right? Gotta be careful. Okay, they have at least de-aggroed for combat purposes. This is fine. Everything is fine, he says, you know, on the now essentially platforming. Oh, this thing. These frozen lightning wisps, man. I get them. They're really neat. They're pretty to look at. But my god, do they hit hard. They're awful. And as a cruel joke, there are Thawfrost boluses that are supposed to help out. They help out with the frostbite after the fact. They do not, in fact, you know, help with the damage or stem the tide of, you know, frostbite. Thankfully, if we use any FP while we're up here, we can at the very least get some on the trip back or on the way back after they are dead and or dying. And, you know, the bubble shield might at least help us with with absorbing one hit, if it should come to that. Okay, come on, get up there. That should not be difficult. Come on, coin. Platform like your life depended on it. Oh. I wonder how it would feel to channel it in your hands. You know, the frosted lightning. You know, oh god, what's the name of the, it's like a PlayStation exclusive. There's a hero who is known for his use of electricity, and it comes in different forms. Oh god, I know his name is Cole. I know the name of the hero. I forget the name of the franchise. God. Awful. Absolutely awful. Not sure what was on the tip of my nose, like on the outside surface, but it is gone now. Cool. Feel better too. Anyone else get, like, most of the time it's like bumps, right? You know, it's acne, it's you know, it's like a skin oil or an oil saturated condition like rosacea. Anyone feel better? Ever like scratching at that stuff or popping it finally? Now, something I did not know about my sibling is that the whole pimple popping thing, of which I cannot believe there is a whole genre of YouTube videos dedicated to watching this disgusting practice. I mean, it's better than a medical professional pops the pimple, guaranteed, because you don't risk impetigo when they do it, because they know exactly what they gotta do. But come on, you don't want to watch, like, you don't want to have boils be popped on screen. Appetizing. Yuck. Disgusting. Ugh, yuck. A literal bogey reference. Yeah, just gross. Gross. 100% gross. I do not get people who like seeing that. And I especially don't get anyone who actually derives pleasure from, like, popping these things. Now, I derive pleasure from the relief of them being popped, but that's like a normal thing, right? You know, you have some nasty thing on your body, and you know it's like filled to the brim with pus, and so you pop it, and the release of pressure feels good. It doesn't encourage you to want to pop more or anything, but you know, it's pressure underneath the skin. Like, you can feel it, you notice it. It's there. But people who do find joy in doing that for other people, I guess if you derive joy from helping people feel relief, I guess that's one thing. But like, to actually derive pleasure or a sense of satisfaction from, like, popping the thing itself, I cannot understand that in the slightest. I'm in the Viper's Den. Yep, it happened. We have a chance to get it again. We just have to reset the place. And the bubble debuff has begun. Okay. Before continuing, let's just take a quick moment to break down all these materials. Being very careful and very selective with which ones I break for what secondary or intermediate component. Okay, we have 4, let's make 6, and we should be good here. Check for rune piece. I don't think there's one in here, actually. There might be one on top of the building, but we can't get at that one until we, you know, actually make our way to Nokron, and that means doing Ronnie's quest line. As far as I can tell, the only 2 quest lines that people absolutely have to do if they're going to go for all bosses is Ronnie's questline and Fia's questline. And you have to do them just enough. You don't have to get the endings. You just have to do most of the steps of the quest. Yeah, you only have to do, like, the steps of the quest. I need to be very careful, because the Spirit Spring here, interestingly, I think you could actually probably perform a skip. I mean, this is the routing. So I guess I do not know who that is. Gotta be careful. Ow. Yeah, see, they hurt like hell. I'm curious. I need to know this for science. I don't even care if I take a death here. Because this is part of, the routing experience, right? You know, figuring out, oh, what does this or that do? Or, you know, how does this work in the context of a real run, right? And I want to know how well this spirit spring works in the process of a run, or where does it even go? That's also what I'm kind of curious about, is I don't even remember if that's a spirit spring you can get in vanilla or not. I feel like that's a custom spirit spring that's been added. Okay, that's good information to know. That them dragging the spear back can definitely still hit us. I'm not making that mistake again. Now... Oh, good. We're probably gonna have to use a couple more casts of this then. Oh, nasty. Those art flasks we don't have at other points. Okay, I think that's all of them. Now we have this spirit spring. I'm willing to bet many debt collectors or other people. Yeah, so these are called latent spirit springs. This is our first time dealing with them in the Deathless route. These, you usually have to find a spirit hawk that's around somewhere. Where on earth? I am allowed to do this. Interesting. Okay, I'm willing to bet the Spirit Spring Hawk is probably like over here in a corner somewhere. That would be my guess. We're gonna find out. Okay, let's go riding around till we find it. Please don't be over here on top of the cliff. Sorry, just making sure I have my head on straight for that, because, or for the Spirit Spring Hawks, as they are really tough customers. They have like a corkscrew torpedo attack that happens at around half health. They're really, really nasty customers. My hope is that the Spirit Spring Hawk is like just up above and it unlocks a shortcut, as opposed to being down here and there's like a sequence break you can do. It would be real interesting if that were like dual accessible. Okay. Yeah, I think that's exactly what the case is that the Spirit Spring Hawk is actually up there somewhere, and we're going to just kind of ignore it. Okay. So is there anything over here? I don't think there's a rune piece in that general direction. There's an item. over there, but that's about it. I guess the only thing left to do is to check like this part of the basin, and because I would definitely say that this is coming from the deep root depth, and so we have like the Siofra aqueduct and everything, and I'm willing to bet that this is like basically like a river basin of sorts. There a rune piece somewhere? There's a formic rock. There's a couple of formic rocks. Man, these things... oh god, just... That is a crab? That is not... There's also like a crab that's probably buried under the sand or soil nearby. There really isn't too much more. I think there may be a rune piece sitting behind one of the rocks, and I think that'd be about it. Oh, and there is a rune piece behind the waterfall. And of course you can't see it either. The waterfall literally masks the glow. It like masks the whole damn thing altogether. Oh well. It was bound to happen. Okay, no rune piece up here. You think this would be a nice place to put one, but guess not. So I definitely think our Spirit Hawk friend is somewhere up there. And if it requires jumping on the statue, F this shit, I'm out. That's what I got to say about that. Now, we are finally ready to make our path toward Liurnia. And we, of course, have to go back and grab the Shabriri grape and all that fun stuff. So we're gonna head over to this rest site. We're gonna take another break. We're about 5 minutes overdue. I'll do my best to keep having timely breaks, like last the time they're supposed to. But also, making sure we're on schedule like we're supposed to be. I've been trying to be better about that. The pacing of everything. Now, if you guys know the spiel, you've been anyone who's been here for the past hour. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time for Twitch, and I'll see you guys after this commercial break. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry about that. Hopefully I haven't been gone too long. I did have to fiddle around and find where the glasses were being kept. A lot of them are being washed right now, so I have to go wrench one from the dishwasher. Anyway, I want to thank you guys so much for stopping by and hanging out for as long as you have. I deeply appreciate it. I've already shielded you about following kind of indirectly, so I'm not going to do that again. Instead, what I'm going to say is, you know, if you want to support, I sure do.
Allow me to. I'm happy.
If you would just like to support me in a more direct manner, you know, liking the VODs, liking the videos, sharing the VODs, sharing the videos on YouTube, you know, sharing people about the Twitch channel link, and eventually either Trovo or Kick. I really have not decided yet. I'm doing a little bit of looking into them, but it's not easy doing so.
Master, do you ever... I would, well, I don't ask. I am your...
Please don't tell... Yep, okay. We're good. I just had to check my phone. Like I said, I've been getting a lot higher of a call frequency regarding debt collectors and everything, so I'm having to keep my eye out for them. But yeah, if you want to support the channel in a more direct manner, you know, definitely consider a Prime Gaming sub that'll get you access to the Discord. I mean, you could get it for free, of course, but what I mean by access is better access. A Twitch Prime sub at least allows you to see bonus channels, where I will sometimes put up thumbnails or, you know, like ideas I'm thinking about for content, etc., etc. What else? A Prime sub allows you access to voting on games, and a Tier 1 sub allows you to, like, help collaborate with me. You get collaborative access. Maybe not to the challenge runs per se, but like other stuff. Let's say I started streaming last Epic or something. You know, a really popular hack and slash isometric RPG right now. If you wanted to like join a group with me, that would be how you'd have to get in, unless you were a friend or something. And friending people is difficult, and because everyone is so exhausted all the time. People are exhausted of having to network to do anything, of having to constantly, you know, prove the system right by saying it's not what you know, it's who you know. And if you know the right people, they're willing to bend a lot of rules, and that should just not be the case. Also, that we never actually opened this door. Wow, we never opened that door. Let's fix that. Guess talk to you while we're here.
I can I?
Nothing to show, nothing for sale. Yuck, gross, disgusting. Let's open this. Okay, there's a rune piece up there. God knows how we're gonna collect it. And you actively have to jump from somewhere to get it. Can we, like, jump on top of the throne? Yeah, but there's no point in it. How do we get this one? We're not like... Oh my god. That is literally how you have to do it. Come on. I guess it could be worse. I mean, it could have had to get it some other way. I guess I'll have to remember to actually strode through this place and not just ignore it. Because those are 2 free, easy rune pieces. Right there, we have 165. We're making good progress. I like that. Oh, also, it just occurred to me that the Adan Thief of Fire fight got changed. Like, a lot. I don't even think that's the boss's name anymore. Yeah, there's a change right here. Made some minor changes to the Adan Thief of Fire fight at the Malefactor's Everjail. Is it Akashio? Yes, it is. I do not know the name apart from Akashio. Or is it Akashio or Acacio? You know, is it based on acacia trees or something else? And I guess we're gonna find out sooner rather than later. We're gonna find out sooner rather than later. You know how that boss fight's gonna go down. It's not gonna be fun. Let me just put it that way. Because you know how Adan is like a PvP encounter, right? Or like an NPC invader phantom? Here, Acacio, I believe, is a fire prelate. If my memory serves me correctly. Let me fix that so I'm center.
Hello, my name is... If I might be so... Would you donate? My eyesight has been weak since birth, but when I eat, it will lead me.
Sure, you can have a great... Here you go.
Many... Now I can feel... You are most kind. May the blessing... You are most kind. May the blessing of the fingers be...
Let's level up real quick.
Share them with me. Your thought.
There, we have 25 points of dexterity. That is, in fact, a little bit faster. It's a smidge faster, but it is there. And now we can actually afford to level up Arcane again. Because our FP and HP values are good for the moment. We don't need to worry about leveling them up quite yet. And of course, having to get rune pieces here, like 35 of them, is definitely not going to be easy. Like, not in the slightest. But I'm willing to bet many of them are going to be on rocky cliff faces like this. You know, jutting out into the visible landscape like so. Yeah, look. And if we're not careful, we're gonna die. Oh, I very nearly did right there. Oh, can you make it up there? Oh, I feel like you can. What happens if you do? Can you? Oh. Oh no, I don't feel like you can make that jump. There's no way. There's no way. Maybe you can off of that rock face because it's like higher, right? But I don't know where the part... It's... Oh my god. I'm gonna die if I make this jump. Let's not and say we never did, eh? And is it raining? Feels like it's raining. It's raining, men. It's raining men. You are, I am a...
You worthless piece of trash.
For singing that song, for singing part of that song. Let's not. Look, the self-depreciating humor is practically a requirement in today's streaming environment. And you can definitely make it up these, like, rocky edifices, or, like, rocky outcroppings. But what exactly are we getting out of it? Yeah, you can't even make it up this. So I would say that rock surface is unreachable. There's just no way you would be expected to get that. Oh. Shake hands with danger. What I gotta say about that one. There a rune piece up here? No. No, not particularly. I guess we're gonna go find out if there are rune pieces tucked behind, like, the other bits of rocky outcropping anywhere nearby. So what's everyone's favorite aspect of Reforged? Is it the collectathon rune pieces? Is it the subtle, is it the subtle gameplay tweaks that keep you coming back for more? Like, oh, what small thing did they change this time? Is it the boss resurrection system? Because that is there. Is it the, you know, the fact that you can have a different game and still play the same game at the same time? I.e., you know, the story is not touched. If you want to hear about, you know, the Glow-Eyed Queen, the most you're gonna get is, like, minor items related to it. You're not gonna get a whole bunch of headcanon. Which, headcanoning these things is fun in their own right, and can lead to some rather rewarding content creation if you're willing to make a mod for it, but making mods for Dark Souls or Elden Ring's really hard. Like really hard. Because there are just so many reverse engineering tools you have to learn. There's no, like, official mod support or anything. Because things are just like that. Like, things are just that way in Japan. And it's an honor that FromSoft is like, huh? What mods? Where? What are you talking about? What does that got to do with me? It's like the best thing you can ask for out of a Japanese, like, game company of any stripe right now. Yeah, popping these, I believe, gets us access to yet another level.
Share them with me.
Okay.
Thoughts.
Here, we're gonna level up. We're gonna level up Arcane again. Gonna get that whole process started. Do we have a third? No, we don't even have a third. Don't even have a third Somber yet. We're expected to get that in Liurnia. Like, as we make our way toward the more dangerous areas, we should start getting the level 3 and level 4 Somber smithing stones. I know you can get them in the Liurnia tunnels. The Academy Crystal Cave may or may not be another place you can find them. Sometimes the Crystal Caves have, like, sombers in them. A lot of times they don't, but that's fine. Remind me, Tops, did I ever talk to you? I don't think I ever did. Or if I did, it was like the most fleeting a moment.
Back to learn another. Wonderful. You've taken it. Well, that is Selen was. I followed her. Selen was accused of. I still the illustrious. Find yours without one, and you will never. Find yours without one, you can't, and you will never.
It's worth noting that if we were going for more of the magma sorceries route, we could in fact, you know, actually take Starlight and use it. Like, we would be allowed to do that right now. We don't even have to be, like, we don't have to be going for magma sorceries only or something in order to try, in order to use it. But our intelligence is like at a 7, I think? 9. It's at 9 with the rune arc, like the Godric's great rune stats, which should say something about just how inaccessible this is with fire spells only. With magma spells, it would have to be New Game Plus, I think. Because going to New Game Plus literally lets us start the challenge immediately, right from the beginning. Just stuff at New Game Plus is really, really hard. And there's a lot you can screw up before you get correct. Now, there's a rune piece on this side, and I just don't know where it is. No, at least it's not on top of that. I have to be careful because there's like a field boss here, and I definitely don't want to pull it. That is a death to a intermediate boss just for jumping. See what I mean? It's not going to be the bosses, guys. It's going to be, did I die to stupid shit today? Did I die to a platforming challenge? If I did, woo freaking who? Like, a lot of this is going to come down to, sometimes they should just learn to not make those jumps, right? Like, I should just learn that there's nothing there, and I could go about my life. But that's not exactly easy. Okay, it was like right here. Gonna just make the rounds. Yep, there's one right there. Go ahead and consume one of these bad boys. Really? Okay, I gotta be extra careful. Yeah, this guy is a field boss. Alright, are you like through swinging your axe around, buddy? Sure hope so. 'Cause I gotta tell you, I'm real disinterested in that. It is a codex entry, however, so that's worth knowing. Really? That tracks from the back? Okay, sure. Oh. Well, like I said, it's at the very least a codex entry, if nothing else. But there's really just no rune piece up here? Like, at all? You think there would be? You think there would be? That means I gotta make a note about this. And, you know, we're in Liurnia now, so we can actually make a lot. We can, what I'll actually do now is go and tab all these notes and list them under like a category. Yeah, in fact, we'll probably have to reorganize this a little bit. What we'll do is we'll get these in and make notes specifically for Limgrave. Then make another one for Castle Stormvale. I'll basically make notes for like the region and for the legacy dungeon. I think that's how I'll go about this. Do that. And then we'll try to like split up these notes. Yep, here it is in Limgrave. Yep. That's another note. And then that is for Weeping Peninsula. Sorry, just taking a second to like go through and at least sort these. Nope, we already have these. And these we could probably sort here. Let's see. I would say these are general notes. Other than, I want to keep like the path end, where like we know what ending it is, and we know there's still a boss at the end here. But like, these could be general notes. Okay, got it. Got it, good. Yep. I feel pretty happy with the sorting for these. So now we need to add a new subsection for Liurnia. And state avoid giant skeleton outside of Church of Erith. Do I have that spelled correctly? I do. No rune pieces anywhere. We'll check the other side of that graveyard just to be sure, but I feel better now that I've written that note for myself. Again, if you want to see those notes at any time, you can type in !_DRoute, all one word, all lowercase, DRoute, the word route, as in a path to get somewhere. And the command will take you to a hyperlink, or it'll spit out a hyperlink. And I believe that should at least have viewing privileges for you, so that you can see those notes that I'm taking. And it's not just, this is not something the audience will ever get to interact with. No, it is something you guys can interact with. It's just not something you can comment on right now. At least not in a... How do I word this? Not in a... we get to have direct input on what those notes should be. Ow. Yeah, Deathless is going to get more of a spectacle by the second, because these are decisions I'm going to have to really watch out for when it comes to this type of run or that type of challenge run. Like, what am I not going to be allowed to do because it's too dangerous and it's just not worth the time. How many... What are our stats going to look like? Because they're just going to be less rune pieces involved. Like, that's something I think about. And I can't just be... I gotta constantly be looking over my shoulder so that we don't miss rune pieces. Again, once we hit 200, we're gonna go a lot faster, as we don't need to worry about it so much. Like, we'll get the rune pieces we can spot rather easily, but that's gonna be about it. There will be no reason for us to strain ourselves to get the overly complicated rune pieces. And of course, who knows? A better list of 200 may precipitate out of all this. Alright. We are much better equipped to deal with this encampment. We might as well take a crack at it. See if there's a rune piece skulking in the shadows. Red-Eyed Phantom will be at least a little bit fun. These guys, however, have lost their fun factor for me. They're kind of a non-threat now. Oh, did we ever get the codex entry for the foot soldiers? I guess we'd better find that out. Someone has apparently decided to share with us the joy of music, and I don't mean the musical done in like the 90s or the Carrie Underwood remake of the joy of music either. I mean, someone's bass boosting their subwoofer and letting the whole world hear it. Golden Order. No, it would be Shun Dregs. Wouldn't it? Nope. Fringe folk. Right. Okay, we did get the foot soldier. Good, good. Glad we got it. I would be upset if we didn't get it. I'm gonna mark it anyway, just to be sure. Yeah, nothing. You stop. How many more of you am I gonna have to fight, huh? I mean, technically the answer is 0. Like, we don't need to fight any of these. But again, it could be guarding rune pieces, and the sets are at least worth a small amount of value. We don't want to just ignore them entirely. Alright, let's take a quick look around the perimeter. Maybe a rune piece there. Maybe over a rocky outcropping, like this one. That puts us up to Route 166. No, 166 total rune pieces collected. I feel like I need a clip of Aeon from Castlevania Judgment with some weird like countdown thing attached. I don't know. If I made something like that, it would definitely be AI derived though, and I'm not about that life. Not even in the slightest. Now, is there a rune piece we could collect by making this set of jumps? The answer to this is probably no, but we're gonna look anyway. After all, we can at least jump up to this rocky outcropping. Oh, I feel like if we could jump up here, we could make it. Oh my god, I think we might actually make it. It's gotta be careful. If we could do this, if we could pull... It's not really a skip, though. It's more like an inconvenient set of jumps, just so we could come up here and look for... Well... You know what? I was getting tired of the... You know, the ruin worms anyway. I'm glad the Guilty came in and cleared them out. I'm just checking for rune pieces while I'm up here. I have no interest in fighting Akashio quite yet. Nice. I get the feeling once they press in their butts close like this. Nice. At least they didn't bleed to death. Oh, yeah, I thought I was gonna get the ambush on you. Guess not. Although I think we could probably do the boss at this level of, like, health or whatever. Now, it's worth noting that in the Adan fight, you can't summon anything. So I'm hoping because it's, you know, Akashio, that we can summon stuff. But we're gonna find that out at the right time. And now is not that right time. It's close, but... You know, I say that, but we already went through all this effort to clear everything out. And we'll just have to fight these guys again if we want to... make an attempt at this. And besides, I want to see what Akashio's name is. We know it's Akashio, we don't know about anything else. Thief Taker Akashio. Okay. And of course we cannot summon for this fight, because why not? Okay. Entry discovered. Renowned Fire Prelate. We should probably pace ourselves for a fight like this. One, two, three, four. Oh, dude, you're awful. Three, four. Okay, we could totally use the rocky outcropping to help us with that. Please tell me that boss is not regenerating slowly. Nope. You gonna spit fire? If you're gonna spit fire, I'm just gonna find a way to free aim during that fight. No. Oh, no. He's being very passive right now. Yep, there's the phase 2. Oh. So this was that whole... Okay. Oh. We cannot... We're gonna die if we're not careful. Oh, it just burns at all times. Okay, now I see what people in the ER vent sub Discord, or like Discord thread were complaining about. Yep. Ah, you mean business. I think I'm not gonna have any more time for charge spells. I think that's leaving me too vulnerable. Except right now. I have to get in close to finish him. And of course, he would go into the triple spin when I should probably just run. Die. You know what? I'm pretty fine with that boss. And his name is Thief Taker Akashio. We'll just have to remember that actually we should probably F5, right? Or that could be not available. How do I have this set again? Shift F6. We took the hit, or we took the death clearing this boss. So, or we took the death and we ended up killing this boss. So that's where I should put it. Go back to the lakeshore and actually begin going toward the clean rot night, shall we? We might have just enough time to clear that. But to clear that small cave before taking our third and final break for the night. So, you guys wanted custom bosses? You guys like custom bosses? Because, Thief Taker Akashio is a custom boss. He's got I think the thing that makes him unique from normal fire prelates is, like, I've never seen a fire prelate do that, like pile driver style attack, where they ram their hammer into the ground and then drive it forward. It's like an Astaroth style move. And, you know, the perpetually burning patches of flame are another one. That's like a ERR special. Azash, Fury of the Redmanes, is another custom boss. The Fulminating Rune Bear is another custom boss. The Hallowed Avatar is a custom boss. I mean, it's a recycle of... It's still a recycle of the Erdtree avatars, but the Erdtree avatars, you know, in this, No, you don't get to rupture poison everywhere. The Erdtree avatars here, if they guard a crystal tier, they actually have the effects of that crystal tier. You know, they're less recycled bosses. The bosses will be replaced, one boss at a time, until there are far fewer recycled bosses. Like the Knights Cavalry is a recycled boss I expect to stay around. The Deathrite Birds and Death Birds are another one, because they represent a force, right? Or the you know, the Tree Sentinels. They're another, like, recycled boss that I expect to be reused over again, because they represent something. Now let's open up our Skull Lantern, or let's open up our inventory and make this swap again. Or let's not. Right, it was this we swapped out. So the Stillwater Cave is, well, filled with stagnant, dirty water. What can I say? And the creatures here take damage from fire. They're very vulnerable to it. The Clean Rot Knight that's here is vulnerable to fire as well. No, don't rupture. Thank you. The thing about Stillwater Cave is just, you know, watch out for enemies in the dark. Don't let them ambush you. The Rot Disciples stand there in the dark. See that one there? You could barely make it out in the darkness. I mean, you have it like a silhouette, but it's kind of hard. If you're not paying attention, you'll just bump right into them. Like, I mean it. Okay, maybe a little bit higher up. Oh, and there's one right there, too. See that one? This one's really hard to make out. Let me get a cursor so I can, like, help you guys hone your eyes in on it. You can hardly see it because the, you know, the resolution of the game is kind of shrunk down to fit the overlay, but it's right where my head is. I think we might be able to make that. That'll do it. That's how you get things done. Insert country song with this lyric here, because I don't remember. Okay, do we have any more Miranda Bloom flowers? Not exactly. If I aim this right, I might be able to... Nah. They're just going to take them out one at a time. Not good. We'll have to check the toxic pool for a rune piece. I almost guarantee there's at least one that's in here. I know there's one off to the side in this room where there are like bats and stuff. Another place where you can get ambushed is right in this room. Here I was thinking it was not this room. No, it's just deep down in the reeds. Yep, there's one right there. See that? There are 2 bats. Good luck trying to get either one of them. There's one over here as well. We'll knock that one out first. And the same deal with this bat. Good. We've knocked them out. These caves are not that difficult to navigate if I'm being... And I rolled in the shit. Awesome. Love that for me. Love that for me. I am so dead. You can just use, like a bolus. We're gonna have to be making them every so often, and we're gonna end up, you know, getting poisoned out of our minds. And I can't even take a break until the poison dissipates. So I apologize if the pacing is not quite right. Okay, hello. We might be at the correct distance. You can use the camera locks to help you confirm certain things as well. That Miranda flower is going to move. And there are 2 bats in that room. We'll also have... And you gotta look above and below, or you're gonna miss out on all the Miranda flowers that are actively trying to kill you from underneath. There are 2 bats in here. Don't make it think... I don't think it makes a lick of difference. Oh, we'll take the hit. That's fine. There are worse hits to take, honestly. But I do want to kind of conserve FP now, so we don't, I do want to kind of conserve FP now, so I'm going to be extra careful regarding, you know, like, enemy spacing and things. The best I can, anyway. Now, we wade through shit, and we find... We're really going to be unable to take a break now. Oh, hello. Well, if you want your poison blue material, this is how you're gonna get it. See, this would be where, you know, bestial, like bestial vigor or bestial constitution or whatever it is, would actually help us regenerate, would help us regenerate health here. Or, you know, blessing of the Erd Tree. Like, I probably shouldn't sell those kinds of spells. Simply because they are permissible in the run. I just don't think it's feasible to use them in combat. Oh, we definitely do not have the resources to attempt Like, we can clear up to where the boss is, but we'll have to go back and rest. And we'll probably take a break if we have to do that. That sound good? Sure hope so. I'm getting better with these free aims all the time. Okay, I know there was a rune piece right under this. It's like right there. Now, can I free aim and get two at once? No. We can at least get them in sequence. That works for me. Whole getting them in sequence thing. How I got that one and not the one before it, I have no idea. Except by sheer dumb luck. Okay. So, I guess what I'm gonna do is... Oh, I can't even return to that. I guess we'll run back to the rest site. Then I'll take a break there. When we come back, we'll quickly run to the clean rot night. It's a... you know, just kill anything that follows us. We may be able to break up this place in such a way that there aren't going to be rot disciples following from the back. They're not usually too likely in doing that. It's going to be any bats that may or may not follow us into the back tunnel area. Yeah, I think that's going to be our plan. I hope you guys have enjoyed the content. Today has been kind of quiet. I do my best to entertain, but I know that's not easy. Well, it's not easy for me, and I definitely can't imagine what you might be thinking in your own shoes in regard to that. There are a lot... I've had friends and family tell me, you know, I don't know why you do this. I wouldn't. I wouldn't put myself out there. I wouldn't make myself... We don't have to talk all that time. But I do it because I want to do this. I like doing this. It helps me relieve stress. I mean, the games that I pick also stress me out, so being able to share in that moment with people also helps. It minimizes stress, if nothing else. Anyway, we are going to take a break, and when we come back, we are going to add 5 minutes to the clock so that we can get a full hour out of this. And B, we're going to try to make the last hour count. For those of you who have been here already, you know how the breaks work by now. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time on the clock. Thank you very much for watching up to this point. I hope I've been entertaining for you. And with that, I will be back after this short commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I was checking a few notifications. I apologize for the slight lateness in that regard. Hopefully everybody had a good commercial break. Ready to make this... since I've been late, I have been tracking the minutes that I'm going to add to the end of the stream, and I am going to add an extra... I'd say 10 on top of when I would normally end. So instead of ending at 4 hours and 10 minutes into the total stream time, it'll be 4 hours and 20 minutes. If you ever want to know how long I've been streaming for, consider using the uptime command. I have one for Twitch. I do not know if it works for YouTube. We're gonna find out. Uptime should be like a base command. Been offline for 22 hours and 42 minutes. That's not what's supposed to happen. Oh no, I hope people haven't been... Oh, no, yuck. That is not what uptime is supposed to say. Uptime's supposed to tell you how long you've been online, not offline. But also, it appears that my Stream Elements board is functional, so I'm going to switch that dock back on. I guess I just won't be replying back on YouTube then, unless, I find some way to, like... No, I don't need to learn more. Whatever, I guess. Someone will have to help me on the YouTube side then, or I'll have to get a bigger YouTube presence. One of those two things is going to have to happen. Anyway, we are rested. We're going to now do one of the rare enemy gauntlet runs. I'm not known for doing this, but I feel as though we need to do it or we're going to end up in a lot of trouble. I will kill the bat so it doesn't follow us. The rest, however... Let's see if this is even possible, or am I going to screw it up so badly that it's not worth it? Nope. That's fine. I only need to run a little bit. I don't need to run a whole bunch. Okay. Things have settled down. Oh, wait, yep, well, can't all be winners, I guess. Losers exist in life, just kind of how it is. Oh, and they are a yellow-dyed enemy, of course. Of course that would happen to me. I nearly got rotted out, too. Alright, here's where we want to get our demi-humans summoned so that, they have too much to focus on. Clean Rot Knight, not hard. You just gotta watch out for the grab attack. Failure to do so is gonna be, failure to watch out for that grab is really gonna get us. Anyway, I'll see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. Thank you very much for watching up to this point so far anyway. Again, see you guys on the other side. There was a reason I did what I did there. It was because I was anticipating the aggro on the spirits dropping there toward the end of that fight. And so I decided, okay, you know what? I'm gonna try to anticipate that and get ready to re-fury them. And as you can see, our +2 demi-human ashes definitely took care of what they were supposed to. And I rolled in the poison. The poison designed for me coins poison. The very poison designed to kill me coins poison. Huh. You could have sworn there was a rune piece there. Oh well, let's return to entrance and hopefully not be poisoned out by the time that we get back. Well, now we've got the village of the Albinorics, and yes, we're still poisoned. Wow, that is rough. Well, hey, at the very least we can start traveling the countryside again. And, you know, we can kind of go back to making progress for a little while. Like, having to go out of my way and collect so many rune pieces is just... It's so... irks. I like doing it as part of, like, a Let's Play or something. I'm not... And I think that was a... crayfish. We should mark this one because we might not get a chance with some of the others being where they are. That wasn't so bad. It's like fighting multiple or like nothing, but crayfish, see, I can bounce back in terms of resources from a single crayfish. It's not that bad. It's the other stuff that's problematic. Speaking of, I think the rune piece we want is like back here somewhere. Nice. Love that for me. Oh, there's like just... Oh, their eyes are all glowing yellow. Could you maybe tone down the algorithm on that, Kernifer? Ugh. I jest. That's usually not a problem. You know, and, you know, I got myself into the situation with the bats anyway. That's why there's an ERR vent channel in the, or, like, thread in the, Reforged Discord. So that every time that someone vents or complains about the boss, it doesn't have to be taken so seriously. Now, of course, I do see Kernifer, and it is Kernifer in particular, who does like to make the rounds in the vent thread, and I don't feel like that's a healthy pastime for a mod author. Like, it's good to get a pulse or a read on your people, but you don't want to... If someone's gonna trash your mod or like a part of it inside your Discord, you kind of want to be a little bit ignorant of that. Just a little. You don't drive yourself insane like Evidian sometimes does. Of course, Kernifer also drives themselves insane listening to commentary. I don't know how Kernifer would put up with it. I don't think I would be my answer to that. I think I would probably say this is how the mod is. If you don't like it, go play another one. Yeah. I hear ya. I know there's a rune piece up here. I just have to find it. Okay, there's nothing up there either. There might be one on the embedded tombstones. And there probably isn't because there's one right here instead. Okay. Let's just finish checking out this section of this lower area, and then we can, we'll get on the road toward the village of the Albinorics. Start getting that done. Can't be one here because there was one right up here not that long ago. It's like here-ish. You just never know when you're gonna find these things, man. You never know when you're gonna find them. Gotta be ready for anything. And we should probably get the stele that contains the, map fragment before we think about anything else. Like, it's always kind of a tough choice. I imagine we can put it off later and later as we begin to memorize the spots on the map, and might even ignore them if they prove to be, too bothersome. For example, the very first map stele that we come across, the one in the Gatefront Ruins, because of when you find it, there's a very good chance you're not actually ready to deal with the enemies there to get at that map spell. And so that would be a very good candidate for one that is skipped. The only problem with that is that skipping the map stele means you're groping around blind, trying to figure out where you're supposed to go. You're getting the Black Flame special. And I think the Black Flame should actually kill both of you. Black Flame is perfect for these dinky enemies that your stuff can just barely kill, or barely not be able to kill. Go ahead and open this up. Alright, now we're focused on finding rune pieces on this side of the map. And I want to pay special attention to where the glintstone fireflies might be, where they're hanging out at. And the reason I say that is because the glintstone fireflies are capable of making, they're capable of being ground down to shimmering substance. And you use the shimmering substance to make signs of the all-knowing. Okay, what am I aggroed onto now? It's the... Oh, it's the squirt back there. That's what we're aggroed onto. Alright, Squirt. Keep it down, Squirt. Don't get involved. We might as well look for rune pieces while we're here. Nice. Bad gameplay. Extra bad gameplay. And that one has glowing yellow eyes. There's two over there. We might be able to get with a free aim if we're good enough. Maybe a little bit higher. Oh, we're so close. Yeah, we definitely need to bump up our arcane a little bit. There, rune piece up there? Oh, look at that. We can make this. We can make this jump. But oh boy, is there no reason for us to have to make that jump. Alright, where... Oh, that's where it's coming from. This sounds like a job for the free aim. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to get at least 2 free aims in the same spot. Okay, not quite that. Dang it. The type of angle required for that free aim is... Alright, where's the other one? I know it was here somewhere. Ah, I guess not. Alright then. How many do we have? Yeah, we got 30. We're narrowing it down. The rune pieces are getting harder to find. There are a lot more that are just tucked in behind rocky crevices that I would never think to pop behind and take a look at, like ever, in the slightest. Like underneath the overpasses, you would never think to look there. Except if you were, you know, actively scouring every inch of the land to find what it is you were trying to find. There are more revenants. There are more revenants. Okay, height gives us a little bit of an advantage. Nice. We wait. Make sure none of these wraiths, these revenants, are trailing in from behind. Sure. That's how we want to do this, that's fine. Aha. Gotcha. Now, got more revenants. And I think a charged... Oh, so close. I think a 45-degree angle is like the highest that I could possibly aim this. I think that's like the high... Oh, careful. Careful. Yeah, I have been spotted. And now we wait again. Maybe hide more. Does it reduce their sight radius? I think this actually reduces sight radius. Goodbye. Oh, wait. Do we have... Oh, no. Okay, well, maybe 6 will be enough to get the chain started? Okay, it takes 5 poison bone darts to get there. Beautiful. Perfect. An explosion of poisonous bliss. Now, the only question I have is, I don't think we picked up the actual poison bone dart recipe. I'll deal with the poison. That's fine. Well, I would, except I've done so in a combat scenario. Just not the smartest thing I've done. Really? Sure. Changed out these for the crystal darts then. Make one of these very quickly. Better. Much better. Is there a rune piece up there on that rock facing? You'd think there'd be one, wouldn't you? But there's just not. Okay, these ones I know we have not even marked yet, not even once. Well, I'll never say full no to a clear, an enemy kill. That's not true. In hitless, we would probably say no to a lot of the clears. That's just how it is. And we just went up another. No, we went up that one. We didn't go up this one. Boring. They're all the same. It's all the same rock edifice. Same rocks jutting out. And these cubic, interesting, but ultimately super recycled cubic structures. Anything? Ah. Well, we might as well get this spot for later. We don't need to do it now, but we will use it now. I can hear the demi-humans squealing off in the distance.
Share them with me.
What's our spell scaling looking like? 193? Still only +1s? Or still only +2? Yeah, you go a long time. If you go in order, excuse me, and you don't, there's no progression, you stay at like +2 for a long time with your weapons, which can be rather frustrating for new-time players. I don't recommend doing this. Any percent is like the definitive way to play Soulsborne titles, or like Soulsborne successor type titles, because you have a chance to like learn the game on repeat. 100% is if you like torturing yourself. I guess a lot of the rune pieces are up here on the top then, just judging by where we kind of are. Yeah, there's one. Nope, that's not where one is. I mistook that for an Erdleaf flower. And I shouldn't have, because Erdleaf flowers are too big. That patch of gold was way too bright, but here we are. Would you believe me if I told you we still did all this before? We still have not gotten to a point where... And luckily, because of where Acacio is, we didn't have to reset either. We could just kill Acacio and be fine. Okay, gotta be careful. Dead? No, not dead, but I might as well be dead. It just sucks having to check all these rocky crevices. I get the feeling I'm not going to be spending much time scouring Liurnia for rune pieces, because they're so inconvenient to get to. They're so inconvenient. You gotta climb up every rock just to get a chance to spot another one. Never mind the vulgar militia you have to kill on the way there. See? And they jump you from behind, too. Yeah, there's the blood loss, invalidating the flask I just drank. Where, come on, any more of you in the woodwork? No? Alright then. I bet you one's gonna be like in this section though. Where, you know, yep. Speak of the devil, and they shall be there. You thought you were going to win. Curse the ill fortune that led you to me, as Ivy Valentine might say. Oh. Oh, okay. What a stretch. And so the reason there weren't rune pieces in like 10 more suitable locations is because you wanted the vulgar militia to guard them. I think I got that motivation about right. Dead? No, actually not dead. I was expecting to be dead. But no, I am not dead. Although if I make a stupid jump, I might be dead. But unfortunately, you just can't know where these rune pieces are gonna be until you make the stupid dumb jumps. Maybe around the backside? Yeah, okay, backside looks good. Dead. I should just stop saying that. That's like a really common... I was about to actually be dead, so maybe not. What? You know what? No. I'm done tempting fate. There's not a rune piece up there. There's not a rune piece up here either. And if there is, there's no reasonable way to get to it. Unless you have a spirit spring nearby. Like, sorry, there just isn't. I mean, you can make these jumps. But obviously, it's like making this next. This next little jump that's kind of a problem. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. Doing the stupid. Winning stupid prizes for playing stupid games. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. I should have just recognized that you can't get up there. That irritates me. I'm adding deaths to this run on my own volition and not a difficult boss. We have taken 21 deaths to this, and most of them are to stupid jumps that I do myself. And on the occasions where it has been a boss, most of the time it's, you know, I got fed up and killed myself. It wasn't even like clinching a win. It was just accepting death. I feel like there should be a rune piece up there, but I think there just isn't one. And I killed myself for no reason. Alright, yeah, let's collect that. I mean, we didn't need to collect it. Like, the act of collecting the rune marker or death marker could have caused us to die, but meh. We'll learn that along the way as we go. There's nothing up here. I would have seen a glow. I would have known that there is a rune piece. Yeah, there's none up there. And I feel like if there were a rune piece up there, be no way to get it. Like, that would literally be a case of, you can't get me, obtain me by killing a boss. Ah, now see, that is a rune piece that I expect to be there. How are we looking? 30 more to go. I would say by the time we're midway through Liurnia, we should have what we're looking for. I should probably jump that without the horse, so I could, like, poke around. Rune piece would have been here. There might have been one tucked in the bush, but again, there would have been, like, a glow or something. Alright, it's not... This isn't boring, I'm just... tired. And of course it's raining. Nope, I should have just ran there. And the bat was ready to pick off the spoils anyway. You know, I found a new use for Black Flame, and that's if it's raining. If it's raining, the extra tick, the extra dot is really going to help us not lose too much damage while we're in the rain. We're going to lose some already, but how do we want to do this? Oh, I need to do that with every single enemy pile there is. I need to do that every time. Just get the perfect free aims. They can turn encounters into literal non-encounters. Free aiming is that powerful. It's just hard to master. That's the thing. It's hard to master. It's hard to know when you should and shouldn't free aim. And, you know, top marks go to the guys who can clutch that stuff out, but sometimes you can't always free aim, and you just have to accept that. You have to lock in. The camera... I would say that the lock-on system has quirks, but I wouldn't call it outright bad like it is in, say, Dark Souls. Oh, I want to say 2. Honestly, 2 is just a different game altogether. Like, Miyazaki did not oversee the development of Dark Souls 2. It was under a completely different director at the time. I forget their name. They're that inconsequential. but the camera has generally gotten better with each and every installment of a FromSoft IP that uses a Soulsborne formula, or like a Souls formula. I can't speak for Armored Core. That might be a different story. Maybe the gameplay there is bad, although I've heard nothing but excellent things about Armored Core 6. I've heard nothing but amazing things about that. Come on. You gotta get the babies too. Oh, but I didn't mark the baby when I killed it. Sentences without context for 600, Alex? Ow. Plate gas. Oh, and the soporific stuff hurts. You do not want to stand in that. You lose some FP, some HP. You're drowsy, you have less stamina recovery. Oh, it's just... yuck. Gross. Don't stand in that stuff. You definitely don't want to get breathed on. I think there's ones that even emit death that we'll find in Liurnian. This is probably the one area where we want that on the hotbar. That way we don't have to worry about, you know, having to swap to it in the middle of something. Anything up here? No. That's fine. And more poison. Oh, and would you look at that? It's not raining. Miraculously, it's not raining. Insert song meme here about sunshiny day. Don't forget, even though we've been streaming for 4 hours, we've technically only been live for around 355 of them, and we still got another 20 minutes to go, roughly speaking, on that watch. Trust me, I'll know when to cut that off. So we've got a little more time to play with than normal. But I try to make it a point that if I, you know, mess up and you know, I'm late, or I take a break for something, I extend the stream time as compensation. I'm trying to get better about that. I think doing that is a good way to ensure everybody gets what they're asking for. And you know, what I advertise, which is around 4 hours of stream. And technically that means my recording software and everything is live for a little bit longer than that, but, you know, unless you know, like a power bandwidth or like an internet consumption issue shows up, I shouldn't expect to change that. I shouldn't expect to have to change that. You guys will kind of know. I'll do my best to give you guys headwinds on when I think something might be changing. No guarantees. Life is not perfect, but I'll do my best. on that regard. One. No, these things are very tanky. Very tanky. And I haven't seen a rune piece anywhere yet. For all my searching. Come on, Sir Crab, I know you're there. Oh, you somehow... Oh, nope. Oh, okay. Yes, I know. I got it. Ah, you wanted to pitch yourself off to the side, did ya? Cool. Yeah, of course, another neat quirk about Torrent's poison resistance is the buildup, the status buildup does not, it goes down very, very, very slowly when you have him stowed away. So if you, if you're, just short of poison, and you're like, oh man, you know, it might be safe now. It might be for you, but it won't be for your horse. Make sure you treat Torrent with care and respect. He's more fragile in the lands between in Reforged than he ever has been before. Well, I shouldn't say ever. Actually, before, I would say 11.8 point something, right around there. Torrent got a little bit of an HP boost, so for every 10 rune levels you have, his HP will level up with you. So essentially, he'll have a pretty high amount by the time that 200 rune level shows up. Which is pretty neat. That's not something that... Well, okay. I think in vanilla, Torrent's HP is just a high amount to start with already. And, it never gets any higher. It's just always a very chunky, tanky mount. Whereas here, his chunkiness kind of gets... Maybe not so much chunkiness, but, his HP goes kind of back up to where it was in vanilla, but he remains more delicate in Reforged. His resistances and negations are just lower across the board, and they get temporarily boosted with a Erdbark raisin, but you have to craft that, and you don't worry, you don't have to sacrifice resistances you don't have to sacrifice the heal for the resistances and damage negation. Eating an Erdbark raisin is, for all intents and purposes, the same as eating a regular Roa raisin, or a frozen raisin. You know, just now you get mitigations on top of that. Kernifer or Team Reforged might have played around with the amount of health restored with the raisins. I don't know for 100% certain. You'd have to inquire about that on the Discord. We have one. Or I should say... Oh, we can hold 10. I made too many in excess, but that's fine. Could be worse. There are worse things to make excess of than Roa raisins. Roa raisins are always useful. You just have to whip them out at the right time. Something like a slate pot you can actually stow away, and it's you're not always guaranteed for it to be useful. Sometimes the consumables you make can literally be trash. Oh, you have excellent left-hand tracking. Okay, alright. It's like, don't circle me on my right-hand side. You got it. We don't circle crabs on their right-hand sides. You circle from... Well, actually, it's dangerous to circle a crab, like, no matter what. But their left side is more dangerous to circle than their right side is, on average. Hang in there, buddy. And all we have to do is just get the Elder Albinorics. One of which we have to get in the Poison Swamp. The other of which we can probably get up there on that bridge. I took the briefest of toe dips in that game. Sorry, my voice is getting a little bit peaked, as they say. I'm doing my best to hang in there, but I'm definitely taking a moment to let it kind of rest. That is another crab. I think the Elder Poison Albinorics are like just around the corner. Like this more obscure part of the underground area here. Or like the sheltered area here, I should say. Mr. Krabs, give me a dream. No, I'll give you a dream. The biggest sack of money that you've ever seen. And that should kill you. I don't know how the rest of that Sandman song goes. But if I did, I'd sing it. If I did, I would sing whatever I was gonna do with it. Isn't that a... I think that's the corpse of an Albinoric. Poison Elder Albinoric. Yep. Poor thing. Well, you've gotten your rest. Just continue checking for rune pieces. There shouldn't be any under the crabs or anything. But there might be one tucked in back here. I think that takes care of all the rune pieces you can get from, like, the bottom of the Poison Swamp. I think it's time to go after the Omen Killer's last boss of the evening. We'll make another 10 of these lovely raisins. Which we will promptly remove off our hotbar. Oh, these should be simple Elder Albinorics. You should just be able to kill them. Oh, did we unlock that, did we unlock... I think we unlocked their Codex entry by killing the poison variant from earlier. Would make sense.
Oh, well, I witnessed the oppression of our waking. But this time, and though the suffering justice to let the scars I carve.
Girl, you should stop right now or you're gonna get disowned by your foster daddy. Or, no, actually getting disowned by Gideon would be a good thing, as long as he doesn't kill you. That might be for the best. And we have one more over here. Man, these Albinorics, maybe that skit between, maybe that, like, meme compilation about the argument between Ronnie and Gideon was correct. You know, I'm just cleaning up the mess the Academy made, as Gideon would say. These guys are an ill omen that should not be. To use the words of D, I need to make that into a soundboard item as well. Unfortunately, I think if I do that, I'm gonna have to scroll through my soundboard, and I'm gonna be upset. Now, is there a rune piece up there? I know, it's the quintessential question. It's like the #1 thing I ask. You know, rune pieces, where are they? To piece, or I'm sorry, to glow or not to glow, that is the question. Okay, so we had one, so we have one off to the right there. I think that might actually even be the only one. Of course, I'm gonna, like, make sure of that and not just say it. Can we make it to that? We sure can, and if we tilt it a little bit higher, we can get the free aim. Chef's kiss. Perfect. It's perfect. Okay. Yeah, we gotta get the one over here. That's fine. Then I guess we make the long, storied trip back up again. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen with Mikola St. Trina. I know it's probably going to be another Orphan of Kos, or Orphan of Kos type situation, but you know, if we experience that again, I guess that's fine. When I say we, I mean the collective Soulsborne community. I have not actually fought Orphan of Kos before. I have not played Bloodborne. I have seen Bloodborne. I am aware that Orphan of Kos exists. But that's really about it. Oh, you fucker. Just gonna mark that again. Shouldn't have cussed there, but you get my point. I was expecting to out DPS him before he could heal, and that turned out not to be the case. Okay, we're good here. We can go talk to Albus.
Please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be.
Oh, Albus. Oh, maybe I'm getting a little too excited. Hey, Maxie, rein me in a little bit.
Now, don't get excited.
Thank you. Now.
Wait then. You're not one of them? Well, what a relief. Oh, I am Albus. We're finished. The whole village is finished. The cursemongers have destroyed everything. I beg you. Would you look after this medallion? You must keep it out of the cursemonger's hand.
You got it, my fine friend.
And then please give it. A chosen lad. The medallion's only a quaint treasure, but for dear Latenna. My legs will soon fade, and with them my life. Alas.
And with your glowing eyes, you'll get extra runes on your death. Ah, sentences without context for 1,000, Alex. And you don't even get the runes. I didn't, like, see my rune counter move. Those eyes glow, but there's no reason for them to. It's like random. It's like if you accidentally killed Albus, you would get the runes. But you don't get that here. Ugh. Walkers on the horizon. That is the wrong spell. That is very much the wrong spell. I'm waiting. Wait again. I guess if I have to handle the Albinoric Elder, Sorcerer Elder, that's probably okay as long as I wait for him to attack first. Nope. You don't get... Oh, God. Don't... No. No, 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 no. I didn't want to have to spend that FP, but here we are. Let's not summon her quite yet. Let's take care of the couple of dogs I see. There's also one behind the tree, like over there, we might be able to take out. Surprise ambush should be good enough with the flame sling. Nope. There we go. I just needed the right distance. I know there was another dog lying around. There's 3 in this area. You wouldn't think so, but there just are. By the way, if we go over, I will at least make a single attempt at the boss. I feel confident I can kill it. Like, we've got the setup for it. I just need to make the boss, like, hella mad. And we're probably good. On an Omen Killer, that's hard. The dogs are by far the scariest creatures in any FromSoft game. Hey there, Mr. Rowan Darcy, you're coming in right on the end of the stream. Technically, you would have missed it, but... well... Steven was late doing a few things here or there in today's stream, so... He is extending the stream time by about... another 3 to 5 minutes, and at least until we kill the Omen Killer. But, good to see you. I'm sorry, happy belated birthday. I mentioned that yesterday on stream, but you weren't here. Just got home from games at a friend's house. I hope you enjoyed that. Otherwise, you would have been here sooner. No problem. No problem. Again, happy belated birthday. I know I'll probably get the chance to tell you that in person on Sunday, but I wanted to do it here before I forgot. And I think I already messaged you on your birthday as well, but it's nice to hear it as opposed to see it, you know? It's more authentic when someone tells you happy birthday as opposed to just saying, like, typing it. Ah, there is a dog, and I just didn't spot him. I would say dogs are overall, the dogs are overall scary, especially in groups, but none of them top the Revenants. None of them. Absolutely none of them. Nope. 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 You did not see me. I am not here. I do not want to pull the Omen Bringer right now. Or the Omen Killer. I don't want to pull the Omen Killer right now. Oh, that's gonna suck. Yeah, and yeah, them and the crows in Bloodborne. I think he did see me. But there's no way he can get up here to check. Yeah. Okay. If you can hear it, you can hear like faint footsteps. It might be something only I can hear, depending on how you have your game volume set and everything. But can't really hear them? Gotcha. Okay, so let me try to boost that volume then. I want to be careful, because even though I've got the limiter, like the filters and stuff set, sometimes it still peaks the mic. Let me try to, like, just rely on the limiter and see what happens. You guys will have to tell me, either on YouTube or Twitch, and eventually Trovo or Kick, depending on the research that I get done with it. You guys all have to tell me, like, what your audio experience is like, because that's really what I care about, more than anything else. I have a capture card, so I think my visuals are good. Now, we're going to use the Assassin's Approach and attempt to try to sneak by. If we can do that and summon Nefeli Lu, we should be okay. And of course, you're not going to hear my footsteps while Assassin's Approach is on. I've never had an issue with your audio, but also you tend to watch streams at a lower volume. Yep, I hear you on that. It's a thing I'm paranoid about, especially after the last time I had my microphone, that apparently my voice was muted. I'm like paranoid. I've taken to actually cracking open the stream right when stream starts sometimes, just to hear my own voice and make sure I'm not muted, because literally nothing else works. Like, I could be peaking fine on OBS. It's good to check because you'd hate to get muted through a whole stream. It's happened twice. No, actually, it's happened over a whole 1 week stretch. Just no one would say anything. And granted, it's my fault for, I don't want to impose on people that, oh, hey, you know, you're watching the stream, you should help out with that too. No, not at all. But it's maddening that you go a whole week or multiple days with your stuff being muted. It happens to YouTubers too? Yes. Yes, it certainly does. And it's quite the footage destroyer. It is quite the footage destroyer, let me tell you. Especially if you're doing something that you can't really do over again. Like anyone who plays a Soulsborne title and they're like doing it for a Let's Play. Woe betide them. Guess you better start keeping a backup. And keeping backups of Soulsborne games is notoriously difficult. You essentially, for those of you who don't know, this is what challenge runners use in order to actually make clones of their files. Prior to the modding invention of boss resurrection, that kind of like softened the need for it, at least in modded settings. But the way that your files are stored, I just watched the Sims YouTube channel who made a 2-hour-long build video, and the whole thing was muted. Ruined the whole thing. Yep. And it ruins VODs too. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. So I've taken to checking myself on stream now because I don't always watch the VODs. And that's the thing that me as a streamer, I should be getting better about that. But I think checking it on air will just help mitigate that. Because I don't like watching my own VODs. That's something I have to get over, I know, but I'm not the largest fan of hearing myself. I have to put up with that during editing anyway. And I'm not exactly the biggest fan of my own voice. But to explain this, to explain what I was talking about with the file management, I think most people don't like watching their own content for editing or otherwise. You got it. It's the thing I hear all the time. The thing I see on Reddit is that a lot of people don't like to do that. So I don't think I'm alone in that. But because no one says anything, and they don't have to say anything, it's on me to check myself. Maybe when I get bigger, I'll have people constantly checking that for me, but until then, yes, before I deal with the Omen Killer, I wanted to briefly explain, you know, how challenge runners would typically have files stored. Also, I see you up there, Rune Piece. Right there. Where is he? Right there. So your files, your saves in Soulsborne titles, and this is true even for Sekiro, they're stored in your local, or I want to say it's your local user data files. So like those are hidden folders, right? Those are hidden folders normally to end users. You have to have your hidden files turned on for viewing in order for you to see them. And you have to literally find where the instance of your save files are located in there. For, say, Sekiro or Elden Ring, you go to that folder, and then you'll open that folder. I did this with DS3, so it may be a little different with Elden Ring, but there would just be a bunch of numbered folders, which represent the way that the data is stored for your user files. It's like a really long string. And you would have to take a copy of that. Just trust that those files are the accurate ones. Make copies of them, unpack them in a different location, zip them up into a zip file, label them, once you've figured out which file is what, after like meticulously shuffling files over, and then label it with whatever backup of the with whatever boss or whatever kind of routing attempt you wish to make. It's not too dissimilar from looking for Hero Lab secret files and such. Yeah, like, I get it. It's not for end users to know. Or I shouldn't say that. It's not that it's for end users not to know. It's that if you're just playing the game normally, you don't need to care about that, right? Like, if you make a save, you eventually expect and understand that there are no do-overs. It's not just for the typical player because they don't need to go looking for it. Exactly. Whereas I'm not a typical player. Now, again, the boss resurrection portion of Reforged means I don't need to do that for a boss. It's a little more tedious, but I at least don't have to pack, this is for this setup at this boss. I might do that if I want to speed up like repeated practice runs for a boss, but I don't need to do that. The game has an in-house way that Team Reforged has provided in order to allow me to do that. It's a quality of life thing. Also, you can grind stuff with the boss resurrections. Now, for the Omen Killer, I can talk more about that when we get ready, about the previous subject, when we get ready to truly wrap up for the stream. Consider all this extra time a bonus, ladies and gentlemen. For bosses, I typically don't talk during these, or like, I might talk to myself, but I'm not actively engaging with chat. I can see your messages on the screen, and I do still look over from time to time for YouTube folks, but generally, if I see a message, I'll say, hey, please wait for me to finish the boss, and I'd be more than happy to respond. Something along those lines. I'm trying to get a shorthand version of that worked on. I have to find what works for me and practice it until I memorize it. But, yeah, I focus on the boss fights. It's nothing personal. They just take up a lot of my active mental energy. Now, with that, I will see you guys on the other side of this rather obnoxious boss. I need to copy your sentence and make a command for that, so you can so your job is easier while you're here. I'll do that after today's stream. In fact, let me whip out the good old note-taking Google documents. I'm just gonna write this in the route sheet real quick. Granted, I should still say something. But having a command would mean you don't have to type that up each time. Now that we've done all that overhead, it is now finally boss time. I will see you guys after this boss. Good luck, and I hope I don't need it. Oh, We are going for the demi-human ashes. Alright. That wasn't too bad. even the, thank you. As usual, I'll point out that the death I suffered was entirely due to a stupid jump and nothing to do with the boss itself, as always. And that's not true. I died to the Erdtree Burial Watchdog and the Ancient Hero of Zamor, but those are kind of hard. They're hard fights, or if they're packed with ads, they have a hard fight. That can be a hard fight. Man got bullied by a bunch of demi-humans. They're I want to say there's a Ash. I think it's the Godric Soldier demi-ashes, where it's like a bunch of Great Shield using soldiers, and I think they come in a set of 3 or 5. They got pretty good defenses. I think that's considered the best early game Ash, but I think the demi-humans provide a lot more distraction or utility, because they literally gum up the ground and make it kind of difficult. They make it difficult for the enemy to just come in. Also, that's 5 bodies of distraction, because their aggro is heightened with Spirit Fury. Let me briefly touch on that real quick while I'm trying my damnedest not to die. So, in Elden Ring Reforged, your spirit ashes, when you summon them, summon the spirits like you would expect. But in their normal form, they take reduced damage, they deal reduced damage, and they do not have any aggro on them at all. They're just extra free damage. I think it's something like 50% reduced damage, excuse me. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these kinds of jumps. Okay. If you see this red marker when I hold down Y, and you notice that where the spirit ash for that particular spirit that spirit summon icon has this red blood splash mark on it, that if you summon them again, in air quotes, you will enrage them, and they will take 50% more damage, deal 50% more damage, actually be capable of inflicting status effects. This is important for spirit ashes like the spirit jellyfish, whose spray poisons after a certain number of applications, or the headless knight Lutel, whose spear is charged with death blight, and the death blight charged attacks can actually inflict death blight on enemies. They can't do that if they are not enraged. It just costs the same amount of FP. Do I have a favorite summon overall? That would be Lutel the Headless. Outside of like the Mimic tier, that one is like my favorite hands down, but I've always had a thing for doppelganger type summons. But Lutel is easily my most favorite distinct summon. She's my favorite because she is a Mausoleum Knight. Like, her base is a Mausoleum Knight. And if you remember Mausoleum Knights, Mimic is so good, but it's not always a good match if you're playing Dex build. Yeah, Mimic tier is best with Arcane build or Int build. Like any kind of spell casting, Mimic is very good, but it is best with Arcane, particularly with Scarlet Rot or any status whose application is boosted by Arcane. Of note, Poison, Frostbite, and Death Blight are a couple of them that do not get increased. I assume Double Bonk would be peak? Probably. I don't make bonk builds, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, if you gear it up in heavy armor, I could definitely imagine that. I always use the Mimic tier as like a way to double the amount of poison, Scarlet Rot, Madness, Sleep that I apply, either through attacks or through spells. because those things scale, and when you enrage the Mimic tier, it actually gets to apply that status. It racks up very fast. Now, before I end things off for good, what I'm going to do is rest, and we're going to make Bonk build be like playing DS1 in Havel's armor. Yeah, I'm aware of what Bonk build is, but it's still not something... It's not something I do. It's just not my wheelhouse. I can play Dex builds like you're known for doing, or I can play Magic builds. I don't know, I've just never had much success with a strength build or like a bonking build. I might do that when we get the hitless version of fire spells done and over with. I've always had a magic reference.
Your thoughts.
Too true. Now, I would normally end the stream, but I want to capstone this with a non-boss, because I want to point something out. If you look at the list underneath me, there should be a list. It should be a list of bosses, like 10 or 12 or something along those lines. There should be one highlighted. His name's Zensha. He's not a boss. He's just an NPC summon. But guess what? Because he's in my way, because he blocks access to... because he blocks access to Round Table Hold, after you kill him, I have no or after you kill the Omen Killer, I have no choice but to deal with Ensha, so he's basically a boss. He's just an unlabeled boss. For Team Hitless standards or any other kind of, like, judging format, they would probably disagree with this labeling, but I think given the circumstances, they might be willing to let the labeling slide. At least I think they should. But we're gonna go to that table. Is Ensha the one outside the main guy's office? Yes. Yes, he is, and we're about to see him right now. Well, when the game loads up, that is. Oh, and, well, Gideon refers to Ensha as a he, or maybe he just says the name. You could be right. Goodbye. Well, it's labeled as a great enemy, so maybe it is a boss. It just doesn't have the boss health bar. Ensha uses male pronouns, but uses female animations. Yup. That'll do it. Because he uses the type B female body. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I guess that's good to know. Because I never really looked at Ensha under the hood, so to speak. Now that we've killed Ensha, hey Gideon, oh, hello. Yeah, if you want his gear, killing Ensha is how you get it. It actually has an enumerated set bonus, just like it does in vanilla. So respect his pronouns. I just noticed the body type difference, so you assumed. Fair. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. Honestly, with the armor, it could go either way, especially with his postures and everything. His gear looks super dope. It is. If we were not doing a fire spells only build and like a more physical build, this is one of the better armor sets. It's not Havel's, but It's a decent medium weight armor. It's got decent resistances. It's got pretty balanced... okay, looking at the headpiece is a bad example, but like if we look at the chest piece, its weight is just under that of the Fire Monk armor, and those mitigations are slightly worse than the Fire Monk armor, but for what you get out of it, it's pretty good. His armor carried me for a good bit while you were just running around. And if your HP is low, guess what? You'll regenerate a little bit of it. I think the cutoff is like half health for when the regen stops. It may be a little bit sooner than that in Reforged. I'm not 100% sure, but you'll never worry about dying if you just don't get hit.
Oh, and she got right as his master, but now finished. Ah, yeah, allow me to find out. She hides in it, she knows.
I still need to make a soundboard of this.
Find the Albinoric woman. She hides in a cave.
And it's not even on my panel of soundboard stuff. I know what I'm doing after the stream, apart from making that command for you, like I talked about. We're gonna talk to Nefeli, and then we're gonna talk to Gideon, or I'm sorry, I don't think we... Right. We talk to Nefeli, and then talk to Gideon, and that'll probably be a good cutoff point.
Please. It's pathetic, I know.
That could be said of any armor. You don't have to worry about dying if you just don't get hit. Hey, that's what hitless challenges are for. Like, just go naked. You don't need armor. Just dodge. Just duck. Just deflect. And don't take damage. But unfortunately, because of ERR and the way it is, you actually can't... You probably could and be fine, but armor has set bonuses. Like, there are reasons to use this. I fear the PvP players that show up naked. I just know they're on a whole other level. Yeah, because they're probably very good at pacing their stamina usage and everything.
You've already... Indeed. So I had no, honestly. Determined? I suspect that's a dose of ambition to incite the tarnished.
The way you say that word, Gideon. Those words, to incite the tarnished. Well, there's no one like Gideon. No one. I'm gonna make a soundboard after tonight. I have to find the Albinoric woman. Like, it's the most memorable, it's memed to death.
You. Please. It's pathetic and...
Gideon told me.
So you might, for indulging father, I would have done, and yet I betrayed him. And I think he'd order his... Where is the just he once told he would never allow? Was he simply lying? No, how could I say? Father has... And now...
Okay, then we should be good. It's just a little bit of setup. I have played for almost an extra hour. Oh, not quite there. We're approaching the half-hour mark on that. I've been tracking the minutes. No, it's usually because Naked PvP has some bonkers build that yeets me to death in 0.2 seconds. Yep, you know, rivers of blood, that kind of thing. That's typically what people run, even with naked builds. At least from what I've seen. Just bleeding bleeding is applied more easily the more arcane you have, and bleeding has like the lowest resistance of any status. So because you can apply it over and over and over again, and because of that, it's like one of the craziest statuses ever. I'm not surprised that people run Rivers of Blood naked because it's that good. And especially because player resistances are much lower than boss resistances. I was speaking from the boss resistance level. Nah, I'm more afraid of a naked man with a massive axe or hammer because they've got slow weapon but fast rolls. Takes you by surprise. Yep. And in Reforged, because you can still do PvP with it, you just have to go through a few extra steps. If you have, like, let's say, if you have this, like, axe, right, or maybe a spear, and all you have is that on and nothing else, you get the Bloodborne dodge. You get the Bloodborne dodge backwards, forwards, and you still get the sideways rolling. So, like, the dodging is very good. There's like a... I'll flash this real quick. There's a server, or not a server, but there's a portion of the Reforged Discord that has like a duelist's chat, and people post stuff in here. It's really cool, and people with much greater smarts at working the Reforged mod than I have managed to find a way to make PvP work. I'm sure there's instructions on the wiki too. By the way, before I do the shoutouts for the evening, I do want to illustrate the Elden Ring Reforged Discord one more time. For those of you on... Oh, and the wiki too. And the regular mod page also has the Discord attached to it. But if you want to, like... The Reforged wiki... I'm sorry, not the Reforged wiki. The Reforged Discord is where I hang out a lot. Where my own personal server is kind of more for updates. But if people want to talk in there, they most certainly can. The Reforged Discord is kind of my stomping grounds. I post ideas in here. I made a spell thread, or a spell idea. Let me find it. I posted this. Like, I sometimes submit ideas if I think I've got one with enough polish. And of course, if people actually like the idea, then maybe it gets implemented by the by Team Reforged, of which I'll just kind of let me go to something and like make sure I've got the correct. There's Team Reforged is getting pretty profound. We have Kernifer, Ividian, Hanalove, Poe Concept, and Kavu. That's like 5 people. They're slowly becoming this nice big team, and I can't wait to see what else Reforged is gonna do. I mean that. I look forward to the patches ahead. Now, for YouTube folks, you can kind of hop off here. For those of you on Twitch, we do a little bit of shouting out people that happen to be live right now. There are 2 people that are live. I'm going to shout out the smaller of the 2. His name is Trogdor. He is a former speedrunner. He mostly does Final Fantasy XIV stuff these days. He routinely streams this just about every day. Maybe not quite every day. But the man has no mic and no cam, so if he will chat at you. He will type in the chat, but you do have to engage him a little bit more because he isn't talking at you normally. Just throwing that out as a word of warning. I think he mostly does this as a hobby more than anything, considering what I know of his personal life. I will be back tomorrow at the usual time, as always. You guys have the calendar. It's on my personal Discord. If you follow me, definitely feel free to join the Discord and get access to those resources. I have a Google Calendar. I keep that maintained. I adjust it like once a month. I meet with the DAVA. I typically don't stream during that evening because the meeting starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so I either adjust my stream time to be earlier, or usually I end up having to take that day off. But regardless, that Google Calendar link that I'm talking about is the most up-to-date version of my schedule that's there. You guys know all the other algorithmic stuff. I'm not going to shill at you again like I did during the first hour or the second hour. My name is Steven. I should be here from the get-go tomorrow. Just gotta go to a car dealership appointment in the morning. Wish me luck. Good luck. I hope you don't need it. And I'll see you tomorrow here, same time and same place. Very well, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Thank you for hanging out with us. Very much appreciated. My name is Steven, or Coin, or Swirling Vortex. You can call me any of those, but don't call me Shirley. And surely don't call me Collect. You guys are welcome here anytime. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. And goodbye.